last day of the Patissier World Tournament, and we've at last arrived at the grand finale.
Pure spectacle. It's no wonder why they call him the Patissier Chosen One. It's magnificent.
The challenge for the final round is candy sculpture. He's almost guaranteed to be named the world's greatest patissier.
Just look around. It's a wonderland of sweets. I will win this thing. Then I'll finally have achieved it. My childhood dream.
The chefs are moving their finished pieces to the judging area now.
This is it. On 3. 1, 2, 3. This feeling. Am I dying? I wanted to make the world's greatest sweets before I passed away. I was going to create a land of sweets that made everyone everywhere smile. But that dream is over now. God, you are far too cruel.
Well then, so be it. I shall grant you one more chance.
Huh? Who's there?
Your new name shall be Pastry Me Mortel.
The serene lord of this place. Before him, it was a barren land, one that could barely grow wheat.
Easy
My
there,
father
boy.
worked hard alongside those who moved there with him, and the people already living there. Together, they spent almost 20 years diligently cultivating the soil. That hard work paid off. We've managed to grow a fief of 3 villages. There are about 40 people each, with harvests of both wheat and barley.
Come now, give it your all.
I'm just getting warmed up!
You're getting sloppy with your grip again.
Yes, sir! It's been 9 years since I was reincarnated as the son of Suzerain Lord Sir Casserole.
That's it. Grip so firmly I'd have to tear off your hand to get that blade.
Yes, sir! I was raised by my father, a military hero, my kind mother, and my 5 older sisters. It's been a relatively happy life, except our beef can't grow sugar. That means it's nearly impossible to get sweet things here. Gosh, how nice it would be to make sweets again.
Distracted.
My lord, I have some news. Still at it, I see. I doubt you're even aware it's almost time for breakfast.
Right. Then we'll end our lesson here.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Now then, Foyle, go on.
I have both good news and bad news for you. Which do you want first?
Regardless, I'll have to listen to them each in due course. I suppose let's start with the good.
Right. The bean fields are absolutely thriving. They should yield a significant harvest. Seems like the kids' advice worked out.
Sprinkle lime on the soil. That will improve the crop yield.
It appears I was right to take your suggestion.
We'll have a bumper bean crop this year. I may still be limited to simple bean dishes at first, but caramelized roasted soybeans are a classic tea snack. You can sprinkle on soybean flour for extra flavor.
Wherever did you learn about such things?
Oh, they wouldn't believe it's because
Just
I was
more daydreams.
reincarnated.
Well, strange as it is, you've always been prone to such flights of fancy.
That imagination of yours has produced a lot of great ideas, and they've all resulted in good things for the fief over the past few years. It's like you're already a little shadow suzerain.
Now, it's time for the bad news for you.
Regarding the county of Ratesh, attempts to stop some bandits there have failed.
The bandits prevailed?
I'm told the stragglers escaped and are heading our way.
How many?
There's about 50.
If bandits come here, they'll ravage our fields. Both the beans we worked so hard for and our precious wheat.
At their current pace, they should arrive in 2 months' time.
Only 2 months.
Our only chance is to rally the villagers. We must try our best to drive them off with pikes and slings.
Even if we pull from all 3 villages, that's only 30 men at most. We'll barely be able to slow them down. And in a prolonged battle, we're doomed for sure.
Perhaps we could use the village canal to our advantage. Hole up there to buy time while I ask Count Ritesh for reinforcements.
If anyone could do it, it's you. Just one problem.
That would be Count Ritesh's reputation.
If we were to defeat the bandits that the county failed to stamp out, it would subject the Count to accusations of incompetence.
That means we cannot rely on them for reinforcements.
The ideal outcome for the Count would be for us to fail, so that the Margravate of Huberic has
What will
to clean
become
up
of
for us.
Father?
If that happens...
He has 3 resident retainers, including Foyle. It won't be an easy fight. But the beans, and most of all the wheat, I need them all for making sweets. They can't take that from me.
I like that look, kid. He's finally starting to feel his calling as our fief's next suzerain lord.
I won't lose it again. My precious dream to create a land of sweets. I'll make them regret the day they were born.
No matter how you slice it, the only way out of this situation is gonna be a big gamble, friend. Mind that this is just my instinct talking. I have an idea. What if we use the kid here as our secret trump card?
How so?
If the gamble pays off, your son may live up to your reputation after all.
You know I've always trusted your instinct, but it would take magic to... the sanctification.
Exactly.
Agnes, Josephine, listen to me. I'm going to put Pace through the sanctification ceremony.
Darling, no! Surely that is asking too much too soon of our sweet boy.
You know as well as I do how bright our son is. He's at the top of his age group in many things, including the sword.
But still...
I've made my decision, Agnes. He is accomplished with both pen and blade.
The sanctification ceremony is the world's coming-of-age ritual. I'm only 9, so it is a bit early for me to take it, but that's what I want. Still, this must be a real shock for Mother. Kids are usually between 13 and 15 when they participate.
Though, I had hope for just a little longer with our sweet boy as a child.
We set out in 3 days' time. Make the preparations.
I will. Josie, how would you like to help me with that?
Certainly, Mother. I'd love to.
After all, our little Pace must represent the entire family's reputation before becoming a man.
That's correct. He must be perfect. Yes.
Not good. It never bodes well when they smile like that. Please, help me, Father.
Sorry, eating.
Father.
So cute.
Wait a minute. How do you not see that you're traumatizing me?
Oh, doesn't he look so precious like that?
Now all that's missing is a perfect pair of shoes.
But Josie, am I mistaken or is that your favorite pair?
It's no big deal. Only the best for my sweet little brother.
Why are you pretending
Great,
like you
now
can
it's
hear
time
what
to
I
do his
say?
makeup.
Your skin is the ideal blank canvas.
Resistance is futile. Ever since I was little, my mother and sisters have treated me like some kind of real-life dress-up doll. Back when all of my older sisters were around, it was far, far worse.
You look just like the belle of the ball, little bro.
Father! I need to be an adult. The situation is dire.
What's the matter, my son? How are you exhausted when today is just the outset of our long journey ahead?
Well, it's been a rather hectic 3 days, you know.
Sweet Pace. Be safe out there.
Give it your best.
Right. Oi! Hey, Pace! It's Mark and Lumi and the guys. How about that? Such a lucky duck. I want to go to the capital dressed up in a fancy suit.
Bad idea. You would look awful in a suit.
Shut your stupid trap!
See you, Pace. Be sure to have fun on your trip, okay?
Sure. I'll eat lots and lots of delicious things while I'm gone. Everything's about food with him.
Well, that's our Pace after all.
You're in charge, Foyle.
Yes, sir.
magic is really something else.
Josie,
Yes, Mother.
we'll never forget that Pace looks best in a pretty dress.
How many do you
The
want?
capital doesn't disappoint. This is the most people I've seen in one place ever since my reincarnation. Look, Father, there are so many things here I've never seen before. Is that brown sugar and fruit? The fief of Mortelm is so bereft of sweet things. I've never seen this stuff there. With these ingredients, brown sugar cookies, pound cake, chocolate gâteau, flan. The possibilities are endless and raring to go.
Listen, if you can make it through the sanctification ceremony, as your reward, I will buy you whatever you like.
You mean it? Hooray! Oh, but how can I narrow it down? I wonder what I should ask for. Are those apples? And they look so juicy and delicious. I'm so glad to know they exist in this world, too.
I believe those are bonkas.
Bonkas?
They're cultivated up in the northern lands. It's rare to see them even in the market. I've scarcely tasted them, though I recall it being on the sour side.
Sour, huh? There are all kinds of neat ways to use sour apples. Say, Father, let's try growing bonkas when we get back.
Growing them?
Yes, let's bring some with us.
Really? Such a keen interest in the goods of foreign lands. He's developing the instincts of a true suzerain.
If I got 5 of them, I could make all kinds of things. I'd love to try them glacé. However, sugar itself is such a luxury. I'm sure it's too much to ask. Oh, what if we raise bees in our fief? I could candy them in honey instead. Tarts, baked apples, and the old classic, apple pie!
With talent like his, the future of the fief will be...
If I can cultivate apples, the future of the fief will be...
a rich and mighty land.
a land of all-you-can-eat sweets!
We're here.
Well, if it isn't the Lord of Mortelm himself. Thank you for coming.
Human panda!
Greetings, Father. It's an honor to see you again.
I believe the last time we met was at your daughter's sanctification ceremony.
You did me a great service that day.
I've heard wonderful tales about you, my lord. For instance, that you somehow protected your people when last year's bitter frost threatened the worst.
Truly, it was achievable only through the good grace of God and the spirits, and with some help from my son's wisdom.
Oh, and you brought that very son with you.
This will come as a surprise, but I intend for him to undergo his sanctification ceremony at once.
My word, you can't possibly be serious about this, my lord.
Yet I am. A true sanctification. Nothing less will do.
Hey, Floyo. So, isn't true sanctification the ceremony where you get magic?
Correct. And that's the one your kid brother's going to undertake.
When I did my ceremony, they said I had little magic power. Without any true magic to my name, they didn't feel it was necessary to put me through that hardship. I hope you'll be all right. Sweet Pace.
I think he'll be fine, Josephine. Worry not.
What's that ceremony like?
How can I describe it? They measure the amount of magic power you have, and that's just the start.
Now, child, imbibe this.
Too bitter! What the hell is this stuff?
What then?
You don't do anything.
And what do you mean by that?
You're left all alone in the dark, unable to see or hear for hours and hours. Magic is a grand power hidden within certain people. This is the only way to draw it out. To face and overcome hardship all by yourself.
It's been a day and a half. Surely this is longer than necessary.
No, I fear we cannot release your son until the radiance subsides, whenever that may come to pass. That said, it's most impressive that the moment has not yet come. The boy must be harboring a magnificent level of power within.
Understood. Do you think he'll be all right?
There's no real cause for concern, though so much time in darkness and silence would surely be trying.
My boy.
What will I do? What should I make with those bonkas? My imagination is running wild! Someday, I'll find a way to get sugar too. Then the sky's the limit! I'm filled with glee just thinking about it! My dream is alive! To fill the land with perfect sweets! To bring smiles to everyone's faces! To make the best treats in the world! That must be the reason I was reincarnated in this place to begin with! This world is waiting for me! To create its very own land of sweets! What's that? Hey, stop! Could this be my magic?
Pace. My son.
Yes, Father?
You are a marvel, Pace. 2 whole days.
2 days? That long? My dreams. I had so many of them, but I can't remember now.
It is time. We will bring this to a close. If you have truly discovered the power within, then the scripture I'm about to read aloud should resonate to the very core of your being. With this blessing of scripture, the sanctification ceremony will come to an end.
Yes, sir.
Vast is our world, and rich with myriad forms of life, great and small alike, yet all receiveth equally those blessings divine. So too do its people receive the immeasurable bounties of our most holy God. Thou who art pastry meal mortelle, with gratitude in thy heart for God's beneficent favor, receivest thou now God's blessing.
What can I do? Reincarnation? Replication? This must be the scripture itself. Is the magic?
Well done. Looks like you made it through.
It appears your son has acquired magical power nearly unheard of in this day and age.
I cannot thank you enough for your help. A humble token of my gratitude.
Many thanks to you and yours and the Lord. The church appreciates your donation. Most generous indeed. May your son's future shine brightly and rest safely in God's loving hands.
Come now, just pick one.
This one is the heaviest in the bunch, but this one here is far more lustrous. And those over there are tempting too.
They're all bonkas, my boy. You need to choose already.
Fine.
I'll throw in a couple extra for your son's enthusiasm. Here you go.
Are you sure? These are the best looking ones yet!
Silver coins. Such ignorance. Expected from a backwater noble who won his title in battle. This isn't nearly sufficient payment to keep my mouth shut. No hard feelings, my lord.
That refreshing tartness! It really is an apple! How many years has it been? Father? Let's not tell Mother or Sister that we ate the best bonkas. They would be really upset with us. And no one wants that.
It's our secret.
I'm gonna make an apple pie, and then tarts, and candy apples. And then, one day, I'm going to make it a reality. Mark my words.
Guess that's all that's worth anything, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty slim pickings, sir.
That ain't enough food for us all! We'll have to see what Mortown's got that we can plunder. Make sure you drive those stakes in nice and deep.
Boss,
I'm guessing you don't have good news, huh?
a village in the Knight's Fever Liptover's gone. It was attacked by bandits. They burned it all to the ground.
It's only been 3 weeks since we returned. They've already made it that far. So then they'll get here before the 2-month deadline we were planning on.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Hey, Pace, I need you to get the word out. Tell the leader of each village to hurry here now.
Sir.
Make sure that Cointreau and Glaçage know they are to come as well.
Understood, sir. The bandits will be getting here sooner than we thought. I'll stop them. I have a dream, and that's to create a land of sweets. I can't let some tasteless jerks destroy it. Receive word. Father moved swiftly. We temporarily closed off the 2 smaller towns. He ordered their wells filled in, and their fields and homesteads stripped bare. Those displaced people are now hiding out here. The goal is to lure the bandits to us. This is all to avoid a spontaneous battle.
Boss! Well, I rounded up as many folks as I could.
How long do you reckon we can hold out?
3 days? If we ration ourselves to 1 meal a day, we could probably stretch it out to 7.
We're short on forces. Aside from Father and his retainers, Foyel, Cointreau, and Glaçage, we don't have enough fighting power. With these farmers for soldiers, our side's inferior. Father and Foyel have to know that too. We need a solid strategy.
My Lord Pace!
Mark and Lumi.
We're here to fulfill your command.
My lord, why aren't we your dutiful lieutenants after all?
My lieutenants?
Our fathers are retainers to this land suzerain, isn't that right?
Then you must know that would make us the retainers to its next suzerain, and that so happens to be you, if I'm not mistaken.
Hearing you two call me my lord makes my skin crawl. We're old friends, so why don't you knock it off? Normally around this time I'd be playing with them and the other kids.
Pace? Something wrong?
Can I ask you guys to do me a huge favor?
Sure, you name it.
Think you can gather some rocks for me?
Rocks?
Yeah. They don't have to be anything all that special. Just the right size for throwing.
Roger that.
Listen to me. The bandits are already within the fief's boundaries. So if you hear something making noise in the distance or see something weird, don't investigate it. Just get straight to safety, okay?
As you command, Lord Pastry.
I thought I told you, no more noble treatment.
There goes my bag.
You sound like such an old geezer.
Oh, shut up, you. I bet we've already done 10 laps around the village at this point.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. What kind of magic did Pace end up getting, by the way?
I don't know. He's refusing to tell me while he's still in training.
Well, he's so darn good at everything. He should be even further ahead of you by now, huh?
What do you mean by that, huh? We both know I'm still way more useful than him in a bra.
Sure, Mark.
Just you watch me. I'll pound those lousy bandits down. Hey, did you hear something?
Huh? Your ears are pretty much worthless, so it's probably nothing to worry about.
Shh.
Oh, crap.
Hey! Look out! The bandits are almost here!
They're here! We saw them!
Quickly! Close the gate and drop back the bridge! Don't let the bandits get inside!
Dad!
Both of you, stay with Lord Pace.
Sir!
Please go find all of the little kids and get them safely inside at once, Mother.
No, it's true then? They're coming for us? You really think we'll be enough to stop them?
Don't dare give up yet!
Let's hear him out.
Listen to me, everybody! If the bandits make it here, men will die. Your food will be taken, and your homes burned down. I refuse to ever let that happen here, and so I ask for your resolve as well. Those who wish to protect their families, join me now! We can drive these bandits back if we work together! There's not one man here I believe to be a coward. I hope you share my faith. Are you all ready for this?
That's the father I know. The villagers who felt afraid are all riled up. He did it!
The sun will be setting shortly. The bandits will come when night falls. Show me your spirit! Quantro, head to the Western Canal.
Sir.
Lesage, you need to hurry over to the east to center region.
I'll handle it, sir. Everyone with me!
Wait, boss. The bandits would be at a serious disadvantage in the dark. They don't know the area like we do. Don't you think there's still a small chance that they might wait until the morning?
They won't. I suspect they failed to replenish their food and their provisions have run low. Last year's frost will have left our neighboring fiefs with damaged fields and poor crop yields, so they won't find much there. I think they'll want to strike as soon as possible. And they'll attack at night, even if it is to their disadvantage.
You can't say that for sure, though. If you're wrong and we keep our men up all night long, they won't be ready for a battle.
Pace, your thoughts?
There's too much we don't know. Ideally, I think we need to find out in detail the extent of the enemy's supplies and fighting power. It's the same with baking. Before you start, you have to have an accurate measure of what you will need in terms of ingredients, time, and temperature, all prepped beforehand. Early on, when I was making my first chocolate gateau... No, stop that! You've got bigger things to focus on!
Let's go.
What are you going to do?
Armed reconnaissance. Foyle, you're coming with me. It's still early enough that we can probably hit them first.
Good grief. You're such a taskmaster, boss.
Pace, I'm leaving you in charge in my absence, son.
Yes, sir.
We'll hit the bandits hard and withdraw. Foyle and I will take a long roundabout route and then return from the north.
Take care. Before they make it back, I'll use my own judgment to figure out what I can do to help. Mark, listen. I need you to pass this message to Quantro at the Western Canal. Flaming arrows will signal the enemy's approach. Lumi, go tell Glisage to start prepping the flaming arrows at once. While my father and Foyle are gone, the very second you hear even the faintest sound of hoofbeats, tell them to shoot their arrows in the direction of the sound.
You sure, though? What if the arrows accidentally hit his lordship as well?
You think my father would let himself get hit by a stray arrow fired from that far away?
Yeah, that's pretty hard to imagine. I mean, he once did something I'd never seen before. He dodged a falling rod by instinct.
Yeah, he really took us to task after we pulled that prank.
He was so mad he even went after your dad for it.
No matter how well they know the land, they could still lose their way home, especially at night with bandits after them. So I'm hoping those arrows help guide them home.
But, can't he teleport with magic?
His teleportation spell has a weight limit. It would be hard for him to use it on both of them, and the horses all at once.
Never knew about that. That's wild!
All right, now to your tasks.
Got it. I'm so scared. What's gonna happen to the village?
It'll be all right. Don't be too scared, okay? My daddy and all your daddies will keep us safe from harm. They won't let anything bad happen.
We can count on them. Now, you go inside too, Josie.
Yes, let's go.
Please, Pace. Be careful out there.
Ma'am, I thought sweets were the only thing I'd ever have to worry much about. But in this world, if I don't protect my territory, my dream won't come true. So I'll do what I must do to take care of these people and to make them smile. That's my dream. That's what a land of sweets means. What Father wants is to hurry up and get the battle over with tonight, even if he himself has to be the bait.
Pace, I'm leaving you in charge in my absence.
Prepare yourselves to fight off these bandits! Gather all the kids here. I have a plan.
Found him, boss. And I've got bad news. These bandits? At least a few appear to be trained cavalrymen. They've got 5 horses, strong ones, in good shape. And it looks like they know how to ride them too.
How many men all told?
50, 60, no, about 70.
It seems unlikely that they were driven to banditry out of desperation. My guess is we're contending with an experienced gang of raiders.
That's not all. They've got captives tied up in their camp too. Probably villagers they kidnapped for slave labor.
I swear I won't allow them to do that to anyone living in our lands. Do not fall behind, Foil.
Who do you think you're talking to? You better keep up the pace yourself if you don't feel like catching an arrow in the butt, boss.
We're back, Chief. Looks like the surrounding villages have all been abandoned.
And they filled in the wells when they left. Yeah, I figured. They heard we were coming and decided to concentrate their defenses in one place. Well, that's fine. The sun is down. Let's head out.
Right!
Soldiers from Moortown? They're focusing on cutting through the camp, not on taking out our fighters. These guys know a thing or two about cavalry tactics. Gotta be trained riders. Brace yourselves, boys! They're about to make another pass! Hey, don't stand in front of their horses, you morons! You're just gonna get trampled!
Their leader knows the right orders to give.
Then we won't get much done with another charge.
We gotta run before these guys overwhelm us with their numbers, boss!
All right, let's head back and muster our defenses! After him! Don't let him get back! Don't run off, idiots! Amateurs!
Looks like they all took the bait, boss.
Let's get back to the village safely.
Something wrong, Sir Glisage. Shh.
The fire arrows.
Yes, right away, sir.
Godspeed you, my lord. The signal. Everyone get ready! The bandits are on their way!
A fire arrow, and it came from the village.
That has to be Pace. He's using the arrows to guide us back home. And if he's willing to use tactics that will give away the location of the village, I'll bet he's set up an ambush.
They'll ruin the fields if we go around to the east side. We will have to break off to the west.
I guess we'll find out what he's planned. Let's go. Lord Pace! Emergency! His lordship and Sir Foil are being pursued by bandits.
And the arrows?
We've already loosed 2. They seem to be circling around the west side of the village.
Prepare to fight back!
Welcome for every last one of you!
Time for that detour!
Trap!
Ready! Next volley! And another! Who'd have thought? Good thing we play with slings so much. When Father and Foyel are on their way back from attacking the bandit camp, they'll break west to avoid trampling the fields. And most likely, the bandits chasing them will have to fall into a straight line. The flank of that line will be their weak point. That's where we'll aim our attack.
But wait, is it safe to have our kids doing this?
Well, it's not like any of you grown-ups remember how to properly use a sling, right?
And we all use them for fun every day.
Yeah, you tell him, Lumi.
We may be young, but we're strong too.
Now, don't get full of yourself, boy.
It's only a small ambush. However, if we can disrupt their formation and throw their force into disarray, Father and Foyel will be able to move around more freely. If we can have the children help out with our defense early on, they won't have as much of an advantage in numbers. And once they cross the canal, the children will fall back, and the village militia will meet the enemy.
Understood. His lordship told us all to protect the village together. Let's all carry out Lord Pace's defense plan!
Nice! Let's show those old farts what we can do!
Lumi? I'd really feel better if you sat this one out, considering how you're a girl and everything.
Huh? So what if I'm a girl? I'm your retainer? Not to mention, I'm probably the best slinger here.
Yeah, good point. Thanks for setting me straight.
I'm not sure if I can do it.
Lord Pace, I promise you'll do fine, guys. Just play with your slings like any other day.
Yes, sir!
I swear, I won't let any of these children get hurt.
Slings release!
Whoa, nice work, kid.
Let's go for you. Keep it up.
You got it, boss.
Brats.
One of them is heading for the wall!
Slings ready!
No more games.
This way! Follow the chain! Everyone look out! The bandits are here! Lord Pace, run!
All right, step up and face me if you're ready to die. I'll let them take care of you. Come on!
Boss, the bandits are over the wall, and their leader's going after the kids.
You like that?
Playtime is over now, you little brats!
Lord Pace, you! Get the rest of the children inside.
Lord Pace! Nobody move!
Pace, easy.
You think I'm bluffing?
Cowardly dog.
That man. I can use him.
All right, boys, cut him to pieces!
Replicate!
Hey, what the hell? My face! It feels like it's on fire! It burns! What did you do to me, you damn monster?
Nothing special. I just replicated your friend's wound onto you.
Did you say replicate? Then you're a magic user.
Hardly. I'm no more than a humble patissier.
So we prevailed?
We did. Dozens of bandits are now in custody.
And what of my husband and little Pace?
His lordship is safe, milady. Lord Pace has an arm injury.
An injury? Oh dear. How could I let this happen?
I'm sure it's not serious. Is it?
Oh, of course not. Nothing to fret over.
Father and Pace must know that we're sick with worry waiting for them. What's taking them so long? Why haven't they come home yet?
The rightmost stack is for the main village. Please split up the rest and take it back to your own villages.
Yes, my lord. Make certain that they're each tied up separately.
Yes, my lord.
What's the plan, boss? Are we still shipping them off to the county of Ratesh?
That is what must be done. Let them claim the victory, though they merely drove the bandits our way. This will allow the Count to save face.
You'll owe us a huge thank you for a ruse like that.
We'll work out those fine details. But at the very least, we need to recoup our campaign expenses and our losses from sealing the other two villages. And that's just the start. Next, Glassage.
My lord.
For your courageous frontline defense efforts, I award you a spear and 1 silver coin.
Thank you, my lord.
Next up, Macarulo Luminito.
We're here!
We're here!
Wonder why he didn't call us one at a time.
Hey, that's a good question.
You're quite the pair. For serving Pace well and assisting him in battle, I award each of you a sword and a bag of barley.
No way! Wow, thank you. Kind of embarrassing getting this much attention, huh?
Yeah, no kidding. And this barley sure is heavy, too.
Wait up, I'll help.
Hey, Pace. Oh, thanks a lot.
You both did great back there. Not so great compared to you, but at least we held our own, right?
I threw way more stones than you, so speak for yourself.
Huh? I'm the one who hit the bandit in the head at a
Goodness,
critical
we all
moment.
made it through the battle.
Our
Now we
future
can get back to
suzerain
normal
lord
life.
He'll be just fine with us around.
Just keep us by your side and you're golden.
Sounds like a plan. Mom, look what I got! His lordship granted me a sword for my service, and a whole bag of barley.
You're the best, big bro. The best. You're home safe. That is all I wished for and the greatest reward I could have received. Tell me, my lord, my foolish son didn't cause you any trouble on your mission, did he?
Not at all. He was great. They both were. One thing is certain. Those two are indispensable to my future and that of Mortown.
You made us proud, Louis. That's my granddaughter.
You're squeezing too tight.
Never imagined you'd be aiding our lord and his
Grandpa,
son
my
at such a
back!
young
You're
age.
gonna break me in half!
Sir, we brought the wine you requested.
Huzzah! Come on in. It's time to celebrate.
Your father isn't back yet?
Not yet. He's in talks with Markstad. Said he still had some business to wrap up.
Shame we missed him. But hey, I see the young lord is here with us. You're here at the perfect time. Come and join our celebration.
Thanks! Count me in! Wine time, right?
Don't be stupid. It's fresh milk for you and the young lord.
No fair.
I can't believe Louis and Mark got rewarded. Honestly, I thought those rapscallions were nothing but trouble. An ambush by the children led by
Now
our
I
young
can walk
lord.
down the road with my head held high.
With all that over, I can finally focus on making desserts. Sweet victory! I'm gonna make a nice bulka pie. What will I need? Butter? Flour? Eggs? I've gotta find something reminiscent of cinnamon. Sheesh, I'm so used to everyone always yelling at us. It feels sort of weird being praised like that.
You mean you're used to everyone yelling at you?
Oh, please! You get yelled at plenty! So, what do you think they did with the bandits?
I hear they put him in the shed in the main village.
Let's go look at the prisoners! It's our duty. As future retainers of the Lord of this land, we've got to stay on top of this stuff.
You're right.
It's too dangerous to allow children like you inside.
Come on, we'll just be a second.
You're not worth losing my neck over. Now scram!
Come on, you jerk.
That
After all we did, they're treating us like children. What's the big idea?
Quiet! Watch the master at work.
What was that?
It came from back there!
Well, just look at these sad, ugly blokes, will ya? I'm not even scared.
Hey, kid. That sword on your hip. Where'd you get it?
I earned it for being brave!
Did you know that used to be my sword? Once they turn me in, I'm a dead man for sure. Before I go, I want to make sure you know how to truly use my old blade.
What do you mean by that?
You don't know? If you use it right, it'll let you wield magic.
Is that true? Just like Pace.
Can you handle it? Draw the sword and hold it with both hands.
Don't do it, Mark. You know full well you can't trust that filthy bandit.
So hold it like this?
Stop it!
That's right. I knew you were worthy of my blade.
You think so?
Now, say the magic words.
Magic words?
They're dangerous. We shouldn't let your little friend over there hear. Come closer.
Tell me the magic words!
Just a bit closer.
Are you okay?
No, Lumi!
What happened?
Stand back or the kid dies!
Someone help! Lumi's been injured by one of the bandits!
Lumi?
One of the bandits?
No, it can't be.
Out of my way, or the runt loses his head!
Someone tell his lordship!
Surround him. Don't let him escape.
Please, Chief, you can't leave us like this!
Screw you! Want to be saved? Dislocate your own arm! Yeah!
Lumi, say something.
Let me through! She needs help now. Lumi, stay strong. Compress it! We have to focus on stopping the bleeding no matter what!
Yes, my lord!
The bandit?
He stole a horse and fled.
Which direction?
To the east.
The east. Look after Lumi! The bandit traps that were placed in the eastern mountains should still be in place. If I can avoid a fatal blow, I can use my replication to copy any wound I receive and inflict it back on him. If worse comes to worst, I can force a draw. Wait. If I can really replicate anything I see, I wonder...
Pace went in pursuit of the bandit all by himself?
You idiot! Why didn't you stop him?
Sorry. It happened so quickly. Foyel, come. Let's go.
I'll handle it. If he has allies waiting for him out there, they could gang up and turn the tables on their pursuers. I urge you to stay here. Help Lesage deal with the backlash.
You're joking.
What do you think will happen if word gets out about the escape? It will be a huge blow to all the villagers' morale. They'll need their leader's strength. It's your duty to reassure them. Summon Cointreau.
Yes, sir.
Let me go! This is stupid! Just let me go already!
Shut your annoying little mouth, Thoro! Damn it!
My head. Peace!
So you're back for more. I suppose you're the twerp responsible for setting this childish trap. Got a lot of nerve for a pathetic ankle biter.
Mark, keep your distance.
Oh, you think you're ready for a real duel?
grip so firmly I'd have to tear off your hand to get that blade. Show me what you're made of. A mighty charge for someone with such tiny legs! He probably thinks he can replicate a wound onto me with his magic, but I won't let him. I'll finish him off in a single slice! What's wrong? Out of steam?
Please just run away! I'm not worth it! Yes, you are! I will never ever abandon you, Mark! Don't forget, you're my future lieutenant. Pace.
What a touching display of friendship! Say goodbye, dumb brat!
Pace, no!
Damn it. I can't find him. Where is that kid? Lord Pace!
The horse came from over there. We can follow. They're not far. Mark! Lord Pace!
Is that... his sword? How can I bring myself to break it to them?
Oh. Hello there, welcome back.
You're alive!
He showed up with his friend not too long ago. I returned Mark back to his parents. Agnes took Pace in her arms and hasn't let go since. She fell asleep like that.
How did we not cross paths?
It happens.
No, it does not. We followed right after him. So how'd he slip past us?
Good point. Explain yourself.
Well, it's an extremely complicated set of circumstances that would require a highly detailed explanation to really do it justice. Perhaps it could wait until another day.
Tell us!
I replicated Father's magic onto myself earlier and used it to escape.
My teleportation.
You replicated it?
I can copy anything, onto most anything else, so long as the target is countable, and I've either seen or interacted with the original. I theorized that I could do this with other people's magic spells. And it worked out.
I had a feeling that's what it was. Listen, I have a word of warning for you.
Okay, listening.
You are hereby forbidden from telling anyone that you can use other people's magic spells, and from using said spells in front of others. Have I made myself perfectly clear? Using magic in battle is dangerous. One wrong move and you could wind up dead. Did you even think about the repercussions of your actions? You may have replicated my magic, but not my experience. You're lucky you didn't teleport inside of a rock or deep underground.
I knew he'd be mad when he found out.
What are we to do? Replication magic. If word of this gets out, he will be doomed to a life where he's endlessly pursued for use as a weapon.
That bandit. If only we hadn't allowed him to get away.
If only. All we can do now is pray he's disposed of before he lets slip our secret.
I hear that Lumi's going to pull through. I'm on my way to go pay her a visit. So you'll be coming with me, right? Huh?
How am I supposed to face her? It's my fault. All my fault. If only I listened and ignored that bandit, she never would have been hurt. She almost died because of me.
Moping around won't fix things. Just tell her you're sorry. Simple as that.
Hey, about time you two showed up.
We came to check on you.
Dad tells me that I'm 100% all better. But he still yells at me when I try to go out and play.
I'm so glad you're doing well. I need to borrow your kitchen for a bit.
What's wrong? Did something happen?
I'm all done with fighting. And I'd be happy to never see a rotten bandit again. I want to make people smile. apologize. But you only got hurt because I was a total idiot! I'm sorry! I'm so sorry! Oh, enough with that nonsense! Huh? You smell that? It's amazing.
Sounds like you got that apology out of your system.
What's that? It looks delicious!
It's apple... it's Bonka pie.
Bonka what now?
It's a gift to help Lumi feel better. And to cheer you up, Mark. It's nice and hot, so give it a try.
Heck yeah! That one's mine! Hey! That's the slice I wanted for myself! Well, too bad. Early bird gets the worm. So good! This pie is a miracle! My wound doesn't even hurt anymore.
That's wonderful. Now try some of these. Bonkas and honey.
It's sour!
I know.
Are you sure those are even the same fruit?
They are. Every bonka tastes different. Some are sweeter, and others are very tart. When an ingredient has its own unique personality, it takes skill to properly prepare it, to harmonize the flavors. I believe it's the same with people. Like you. You have your own unique traits too, and I'll do what I can to make them shine.
You will?
This experience, it's only deepened your flavor profile, so take whatever lessons you can and work hard to improve. Assuming you're still planning to be my lieutenant. Are you?
I am! You can count on it!
Explain yourself!
Hey, Dad. You're back, huh? Hello, sir.
You foolishly thought you could wound my precious daughter and get away with it!
Please, Glaslash, sir! Control yourself!
I got it. You'll just have to marry her one day and spend the rest of your life making up for it.
Huh?
My little girl's a tomboy. She's never gonna land a man on her own.
Did you say marry
Sound
her?
good to you, Lumi?
She's never gonna agree to that! Sounds good.
Then it's settled.
Real. Just 4 slices left, huh? Here.
Hey, what you got there?
Some bonka pie. Pace made it all for me.
Go ahead and help yourself.
Thank you.
Hold up! What about me? What, didn't you know that a husband's assets belong to his wife? To that end, I'll be claiming the rest of this pie all for myself.
She's cracking the whip already, boy. Hope you can keep up.
It's delicious. Look at them. Sweets really do bring smiles to faces. And to think, I'm just getting started.
This is good.
My dream is within reach. I'll make everyone happy in my own land of sweets.
Dispatched in the fief of Mortel, you say?
Yes. I've received word that they rounded up every single one of the stragglers from our territory.
Dealing with this little hitch could prove rather troublesome.
We're totally broke.
Oh, come on. Seems like that's all you can talk about these days, boss. So, I'm assuming that's what we're here to discuss, right?
It's been challenging trying to recover after getting raided by bandits. The burden of reopening the 2 villages we had to shut down has proved a heavy one. Everyone has felt it. Between digging up the filled-in wells, rebuilding all the homesteads that were torn down when everyone left, and securing food for the villagers so they could get through the upcoming winter after having to strip the fields, we're quickly running through our treasury.
It certainly didn't help our situation any that we were forced to let the bandit leader escape.
Yeah, that really put us back, didn't it? We would have secured at least 200 gold coins for his head.
We can't just borrow the money, can we?
There's no one to lend us money, though. Nearby thieves have nothing to spare after dealing with the problems from the winter storms. The neighboring villages were so badly damaged by bandits, they're asking us for loans.
What about the court nobles?
There's no chance. Loans from those stingy misers is an even worse idea. Each gold piece would come with 100 more in interest.
Right. There must be someone who can help. Is there any chance you and Mother could ask your parents for assistance?
That's not going to happen. We've already cut ties with both sides. It's been well over a decade. I've never even introduced them to their grandchildren. so I can't exactly show up and just demand they give me money.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Back when your mother and I first got together, the lands were even more barren than they are now, and everyone around us opposed our union as well.
Yup, after their whirlwind love affair, they pretty much ran away somewhere to secretly elope. Gotta say, I'm pretty jealous.
Arranged marriages are still the norm in this world, so that must have been a struggle for them.
Anyway, we have no money.
Yeah, I think you made that crystal clear.
So that's what's been up, huh? You guys have been discussing all of this stuff in your dad's office for days?
Yeah.
You know, it's honest to keep secrets from us, Pace.
That's dishonest, moron.
Duh! Yeah, I know that!
Lumi, how are you healing up? Is it okay for you to be out here right now?
Yeah, Dad and Grandpa both said I was good to go, so here I am, toughing it out.
That hurt.
The pain's not really all gone yet.
Watch it. You're gonna overdo it.
Oh, come on, I'm fine.
What's so funny, Pace? You two make the cutest little couple. I told you I didn't like that! How about you shut your mouth, huh? So, why can't we just make the fields bigger?
It's true that we still have plenty of extra land we can cultivate. Of course, it takes time to do that. And manpower and most of all, money. Plus, there's no way to do it on short notice.
Hey, I know. How about that bunka pie you made for us?
Bunka pie?
It was so delicious. Why not try selling them in town?
Oh, I admit they're a lot of fun to make. There's nothing quite like making a good dessert. No, stop it! We're here to make money!
In order to produce enough to make a profit, we'd need to figure out a way to bring in a lot of bunkas. So it probably wouldn't work.
In that case, why haven't you ever considered teaching magic then? Why are you so obsessed with learning magic anyway? If I could use magic, I'd be sure to do something epic. Like, become a rich noble and eat yummy food all day long!
What a joke. There's no way you believe that'll happen. You'd for sure need a miracle to learn magic, and even if you did figure out how to use it, there's no way you'd be able to master it anyway, Mark.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm just being honest with you. If you ever did learn a fire spell, you'd just set yourself on fire. Because you're as moronic as they come.
Hey, why'd you say that? Stop making fun of me!
Simmer down. Enough with the flirting and whatnot.
It ain't flirting, damn it!
You know, I still think magic might be the key.
Huh? Oh, wow. Really?
Anyway, I want you to show us that spell you use, Pace. Maybe we'll get inspired.
Yeah, let's go!
They do say 3 heads are better than 1. Maybe this will point me in the right direction. When I was thinking up brand new desserts back in my old world, I was so obsessed, I'd stay up all night brainstorming with my fellow chefs. All right, let's do it. Go ahead and draw whatever you want to in the dirt.
So just draw anything?
That's right. What's that?
It's me, using my magic to totally slay a dragon.
Oh, is that a dragon? I thought it was a drawing of a weird worm with legs. Oh, hey, Lumi. That's a bunka, isn't it?
Sure is. Pretty sweet, right?
What's that next to it?
A hot bunka pie, obviously.
You suck so bad I thought it was a rock, gee.
Excuse me? Yours just looks like a creepy snake slithering around on the ground.
Shut it! You just can't appreciate how fire my dragon really is!
Only a little kid would say that.
Cool it! How about I just demonstrate my spell for you guys?
Uh-huh.
Replicate!
Magic, don't you, Pace?
Well, you have seen me use it before.
It's not rubbing off.
Oh, yeah. It fades away in 3-ish days on skin. But it's permanent on trees and walls and stuff. It's like the coolest trick ever!
I want to show it to my grandpa. Hey, Pace, can you do the opposite?
Huh? Well, like how?
Instead of copying a drawing onto something, could you transfer something else into a drawing?
Transfer something into a drawing?
Like putting the image of a house or of someone's face onto the ground. I think that'd be something pretty special.
That don't make a dang lick of sense, Lumi.
You dork.
What'd you say?
Mega dork.
Wait, that's it! Oh, wow, perfect! Lumi, you're a genius.
Hey, where'd all this come from?
Sorry I put my hands on your wife, Mark. That gag's played out, Pace. But you may have given me a really good idea!
I see. The situation with our finances is that dire? But still, I'm not sure we can rely on my family to offer us much assistance.
I understand. Makes sense.
Great news! I've come up with a way to make some money!
Oh, yeah? Spill it.
What's your idea?
Father, you told me about your attempts to arrange a marriage for Josie, right?
I did.
Little lady's 13 years old. Just about right for marriage arrangement.
Since you can move with your teleportation spell, you probably try to take her everywhere you can to introduce her to new suitors, right?
Yes, I'm always happy for the chance to show off how proud I am of my beautiful daughter.
But then, what do parents who can't utilize that sort of magic do?
The most effective strategy? Well, I guess that would be attending a royal banquet at the capital.
That's true, but travel can prove so dangerous.
Right, and it's definitely not cheap.
That's why they say when a noble travels, their money sprouts wings and flies away.
That! I was wondering if we could sell something like this. Replicate.
Wow!
Look at that.
What? Looks just like her.
It's almost like looking in a mirror.
I've decided to call them matchmaking photos. Ask the heir to the Fief of Moortown to use his magic to make you a photo, and you can show off your child, but without ever needing to travel anywhere. So, that could be our pitch to parents seeking arranged marriages. How about it, Father? I guess having knowledge unrelated to sweets really comes in handy, too.
With such skillfully done portraits, we could fetch 5 or even 10 gold coins. It's far cheaper than a painting, and being made from magic means no fees for materials. Plenty of parents would pay out the nose just for the chance to introduce their child with a picture. This just might work.
Wait, wouldn't that mean exposing Pace's magic? Seems risky.
It's not something we'll be able to hide forever. It's not a bad idea. If we let people think my magic is just used for making pictures, it's a good cover story. And might allow me to hide in plain sight.
Pictures, huh? I guess I can see it.
Right. Let's start by feeling out Count Ratesh.
Pace, my love.
I wanted
yes,
to speak
Mom.
with him about
Just
the
look right
bandits
here.
as well.
These crow's feet? Could you erase them?
Count Ratesh's domain is in the southern reaches of the Holy Kingdom of Prolic. It's a remote location facing the sea on 2 sides. Within its borders, there are 4 main villages and over 50 smaller ones as well. Roads connect all of the villages to the local capital, which also presides over them. It's one of the largest domains in the south. And at the center of it all is the local capital, Rateshval.
I have come here today seeking a meeting with Count Ratesh. I ask for safe passage within.
We've been expecting you.
I wonder if he has come here to express his displeasure at our failure to crush the bandit threat.
Chastisement from a mere backwater noble is nothing to fear, at least not for you, I assume.
Perhaps so. I'll butter him up and send him on his way back to the country.
My lady, the Lord of Morteln has arrived.
Allow him in.
We are pleased to have you join us, my lord.
It is such an honor to finally get to meet the famous Lord of Moortown, Brioche Salgrad Mil Ratesh. I serve as the holder of the Borderland Fief of Ratesh.
Listen to me, Pace. Lady Ratesh is the eldest daughter of the late Count Ratesh. Her predecessors died in conflict, leaving her young nephew as the only rightful heir at the time, when his father died in the war. Lady Ritesh was to assume the position as his regent, but only until her nephew came of age.
So she's the current holder of the fief.
But tragically, her nephew died of illness before he came of age. I am grateful to have this time with you, Count Brioche Ritesh. The pleasure is mine.
My, what an adorable young gentleman.
She seems cordial enough, but she is observing us very closely.
Would the two of you care to join me for tea?
I would be delighted.
Look at those! Baked treats! Cookies!
This tea is one of our household businesses. We've prepared only the finest for your visit.
Your teas are well known, even throughout the royal capital, milady. Yes, truly excellent. The aroma and flavor both live up to their reputation.
I'm truly pleased to hear you think so.
I used to make cookies like this all the time. The time and temperature before you bake them is what matters most. It's kind of...
Most children skip for joy when offered sweet things of any kind. What's wrong with this boy? I see you excel at more than just military matters. You're quite famous for rendering a barren land bountiful. That prompts me to think you're a wonderful leader as well.
Thanks for the kind words.
I strive hard to maintain my own lands, but I'd love to hear about your administration's agriculture.
You have certainly overestimated me, my lady. You know, the real reason why the land can support its people so well is all because of the prowess of my son. I myself have very little to do with it.
My, your son then? How humble. While I shamefully struggle just to keep my lands together, you refuse to take pride in your many accomplishments.
I know. Normally, no one would believe such a young child could be leading territorial reform, and yet, that's exactly what he's doing.
It must make you proud to have such a fine man for a father. I'm sure you want to be just like him.
The conversation's finally turned to me. Now's my chance. Yes, I'm very proud. He's why my family's so prosperous.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
However, my father poured himself into our fief, and it has recently been attacked. Over 100 bandits showed up. Even I and my fellow children were forced to take up swords and fight.
Over 100?
It was actually just around 50. But then again, it's a strategic lie. Exaggeration is a negotiator's trick.
Damnation! I let the child broach the subject. It's marvelous to see you assuming the duties of nobility at such a young age.
Our household could truly learn from your example.
Really? When we interrogated the bandits we captured, they admitted they'd come out of Riteshval.
He's going to negotiate for damages. I should feign ignorance. Gracious, could that be true? I hadn't heard that.
If you doubt my words, we are prepared to hand over some of the bandits to you. If that fails to spark your memory, we'll just turn them over to the king. Doing so could lead to an official investigation, though. Is that your preference?
This child. Then, assuming your theory is correct, perhaps they're the bandits that our household eradicated within this territory now. Those remaining must have escaped into Moortown.
Regarding the county of Ritesh, attempts to stop some bandits there have failed.
That's odd. We were told that they moved on after retreating from an attempted suppression here. In your If you claim that your household eradicated them, then whose forces were the bandits escaping from? Who would have they been fighting against?
Well, I'm afraid I wouldn't know. There's no proof that the bandits we took down on your own are even the same people. It's impossible to say without all the details.
One of the bandits was carrying this sword. It also bears your family crest.
Sir, that's one of ours.
They've got me.
It's pretty clear. Your household's suppression of the bandits failed. As a result, our lands were attacked because of your error. That's based on the evidence.
I don't see it like that.
We understand your position, of course. We don't plan to make a fuss or investigate the failed attempt at suppression.
I thank you.
But still, you may not claim them, but they did come out of your territory. We would appreciate compensation for the trouble it caused our fief, ma'am.
For all your trouble? I'm sure we can reach an agreement. What's an appropriate amount then? Perhaps 100 gold coins.
Well, Count, it'd only be right if you cover the damages to our villages, too.
You don't speak like a child, do you? Fine then. 130 coins.
Try again. That sounds fair. Oh, Father, do you agree with me?
Yes.
This child, he's exceptional. Perhaps the Lord of Moortown's words earlier were more than mere humility. Normally, it is the father who would conduct negotiations. And yet, still, it is a small price to pay, 150 coins. And we avoid the risk of damaging the king's trust in us for letting bandits escape and ravage nearby lands. It could be worse.
Father, look! 150 gold coins.
Perhaps, Pace. I underestimated you because you're so young. I must admit, you defeated me.
Do forgive me for the things I said. I got quite saucy.
You know, I don't believe you ever introduced yourself.
An unfortunate lapse. I'm Pastry Casserole Mortel's son, and the pleasure is all mine. I very much enjoyed making your acquaintance.
Pastry, huh? I'll remember that. That's right. May I ask you one more question?
Yes.
You made a face when we had tea before. I thought you might have been displeased by what you tried.
Oh.
Did it not suit your fancy?
Oh, no. The tea was most excellent. But? I just thought the cookies that were served were a little too sweet for my taste.
Oh.
When you serve baked treats with a good tea, it isn't all that difficult to adjust the sweetness, and I think you might find you like it much more. So next time, you should try pairing it with something less sweet. If you do that, the cookies will enhance the tea, and make the tea and desserts a far more enjoyable pairing.
Oh, my goodness. I'm impressed by your refined palate.
A great trick to reduce the sweet.
Ace! 1,000 apologies.
I thought he was merely precocious. But...
Oh, wait. I hope you'll forgive me. I forgot to bring a present for you. Here, take this. You'll like it. Replicate.
This is amazing. Thank you.
It's to show my thanks. Not just for the sweets, but for your ladyship's most gracious contribution.
this way, Lord Mortel. It's nice to see you again. Truly a pleasure.
The pleasure is mine, Your Grace, I assure you. I hear congratulations are in order for your eldest's heir coming of age.
Well, he may have grown older, but I'd say he's still very much a child.
I must also express my honor at having been invited to such an incredible banquet by the leader of the Central Army.
That is quite flattering coming from a hero of your reputation, my good sir. By the way, this is my grandson Squall. He graduated first in his class from the officers' boarding school.
An impressive achievement.
It is an absolute honor to meet you. I mean that, my lord.
I am likewise pleased to make your acquaintance, Lord Squall. However, seeing as how you are my superior in rank, I must humbly insist that you call me Casserole.
Right! Forgive the error, my lord!
Listen up, my boy. Please forgive this silly display. He's told me how much he idolizes you. He's been looking forward to meeting you for a long while now. Blame the minstrels. It seems their tantalizing tales of your heroic exploits have made you practically a legend among our youth.
I can hardly think of a greater honor.
And who is this? Your son, I presume.
Correct. Pace, introduce yourself.
I am honored to make your acquaintance. I am the son of Casserole Meal Mortel. You may call me Pastry. I let Squall, and congratulations. Ascension to manhood is no small feat. I thank you for this auspicious audience. It is truly an honor.
Right! You flatter me with your most elegant words. I am unworthy of...
Pure magnificence! You're rather more put together than my own grandson, aren't you? As it were, I heard a rumor floating about that you have also recently come of age. Tell me, were you endowed with magic at that time?
Yes. Only by the grace of God, of course. I too was blessed with the gift of magical ability.
For both father and son to be so gifted, it is apparent that House Mortown has earned God's good favor.
I cannot imagine a more wonderful thought than that, though it may be merely a coincidence. I believe luck was on my side. Nothing more and nothing less than pure luck.
I respect your humility. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate your magic?
If it would please your grace, then of course. Now then, might I trouble you to hold out that cloth for me, please?
Yes, do as he says.
Replicate!
Oh, that is quite impressive, boy. Fascinating. A spell that allows you to create pictures. It's truly spectacular.
Thank you for the praise, your grace. If I may be so bold, I wish to offer this picture as a gift to Lord Squall Kodlachek. From myself and on behalf of Margrave Huberic and his lovely family.
A token from Margrave Huberic. Yet he doesn't appear to be in attendance today. Am I to understand that this girl is...
Indeed. The third daughter of Margrave Huberic, the charming Lady Petra. Prior to our arrival here, my father used his magic to visit the Margravate of Huberic, whereupon we met with them.
As you are well aware, the Margravate has been consistently embroiled in a bitter feud with its neighbor. This makes it challenging for Lady Petra to leave their territory. That is why the Margrave asked if we might introduce her on his behalf.
Lady Petra, my word. She is a vision of beauty.
Lady Petra is holding a celebration next month for her own coming of age. Her dearest wish is this, that you will attend as an expression of friendship.
I'm afraid we...
If she wishes it, I shall be there.
My foolish grandson. Responding so quickly without even a second thought of his station. Can't he see that they're scheming to arrange a marriage? This boy, although he's a child, I must not underestimate him.
What is the precise date of this occasion?
Don't get ahead of yourself, Squall. How exactly do you intend to travel such a great distance?
There's no need to worry about such a thing. We'll help.
How so?
My father would be more than willing to lend his magic to the cause.
Do you hear that, grandfather? What great news! It will be no trouble at all for me to attend the celebration. And it's all thanks to Lord Mortown's magic. You really don't mind? I would hate to impose too greatly on you.
It's no trouble at all.
Squall, heaven's sake.
Your Grace. You should know that during our visit, it appeared to me that Lord Huberic had ulterior motives.
Ulterior motives?
I can't help but suspect that the Margrave has grown weary of the constant border disputes that have long plagued his land.
What does that have to do with anything?
It only makes sense that he would desire to use the awesome military power your Grace controls to stamp out his opponent's will to fight and end the feuding forever. I believe he may be seeking a romantic match in order to achieve that end.
That makes sense. I will bear that in mind. You have my thanks.
All merely my own unfounded speculation, of course.
Out of respect for his kind invitation, I shall attend these joyous festivities as well. Perhaps my grandson will find his romantic destiny. At the very least, it will surely make a good story to take back to His Majesty.
He bellowed that declaration as loud as he could to make sure everyone around us heard.
I shall be counting on you. We're in your able hands.
I am honored by your trust.
He strategically declared his plan to keep the king informed so that his intentions are clear. He acts in the best interest of the kingdom.
Lord Pastry Mortel, in honor of this occasion, may I ask that you address me as Squall from now on? Honestly, I'm a bit uncomfortable with formalities.
I understand. In that case, I do hope you'll agree to call me Pastry in return.
As you wish. And while I have you, Lord Pastry.
Yes?
Might I ask, what kind of things does Lady Petra like? Flowers or food, for instance?
Things Lady Petra likes. Let me think. I've only met her once, however, there must be something. She does seem rather fond of sweets.
Sweets?
I presented her with some homemade cookies when we first met, and she seemed overjoyed by them.
Then would I be correct in assuming that you're quite skilled at making sweet treats?
I am, better than anyone. I'm never happier than when I'm whipping up something sweet and tasty. In fact, I recently made a pie with bonkas I bought here at the capital and...
I'm sorry, but would you mind if we discuss your pie another time?
Oh, I got a bit carried away there.
I'm not sure quite how to say this, but... I have a favor to ask of you, Lord Pastry.
I'd be glad to assist you in any way that I can.
Good, because it's something that only you can do.
You want me to make special sweets? Leave it all to me. We'll start with...
About Lady Petra's portrait? Could you alter it for me?
Alter it how?
It could be, well, a bit more tantalizing, you know?
I suppose boys are a bit gross, in any age and in any world.
Let's go.
I'm happy to see the distribution of food and firewood provisions among the citizens is going smoothly.
And it's all on House Mortel's tab, correct? Did you really have to go and arrange for all this by yourself, boss?
What are you getting at?
A lord so eager to enrich the lives of his subjects, he runs off to earn more money. Surely you must admit it's rather unheard of.
I realize it's not especially dignified, but I would hardly be fulfilling my responsibilities if I were to let my people starve, now would I?
Well, I guess the indulgence side is another part of your ineffable charm.
I'm glad you feel that way, as I'll need you to work that much harder to compensate for it.
You know, it wouldn't kill you to show me a little taste of indulgence every now and then.
What are we indulging in? Some fresh-baked sweets, I hope.
No chance.
Aw, shucks.
Everything circles back to sweets for you, doesn't it, kid?
Hello, Father. Some letters have just arrived for you.
I see. Thank you.
The first one comes from Duke Kodlachek, and the second one is from Margrave Huberic. So what do the letters say?
Well, Pace, Foyil, rejoice. It seems we're to receive a windfall. 20,000 silver coins.
That's amazing!
Oh, wow! Does that mean Lord Squall is officially engaged to Lady Petra, then?
Indeed. It appears they have decided to announce it privately, on the happy day that Lady Petra comes of age.
Then it was worth it spending all those hours on the matchmaking photo after all! Even though it was a huge hassle. It took 2 whole torturous days to produce a picture that the Margrave approved of.
He intends to send us an advance. We will soon receive 30 gold coins.
Why, how very generous of him. Maybe you can build yourself a grand estate. What do you say?
Don't be a fool. The gold coins are to help arrange for Lady Petra's security.
They are?
His letter is a request to entrust us with her safekeeping. She will be in our care to, from, and during her coming-of-age announcement in the capital.
Smart man. There are plenty of folks out there who would oppose the idea of a marriage between those 2 houses. Utmost vigilance is a must.
True. I don't suppose the neighboring territory they're feuding with will be too happy.
It's a good thing they're keeping the engagement secret until then. Let's just hope it stays a secret.
The church knows, right?
Officially, the church is meant to be a neutral entity, but a large enough bribe has been known to loosen even their tongues.
Everyone knows that they're officially neutral. That's why they're able to collect all kinds of information that's supposed to be secret.
Ah, jeez. What a massive pain in the neck.
I can protect Lady Petra herself well enough, since she will be under my watch while we teleport.
It won't be easy. Looking after Lady Petra while also transporting her retinue to the capital? That could prove difficult even for you.
I could potentially teleport Lady Petra alone to the capital to account for this danger, so long as we could have security ready for her arrival.
I suppose that's what all the gold is for, huh?
It would be easy enough to recruit aid in the capital. Yet decidedly harder to prevent unsavory characters from infiltrating.
Fair point.
It's not worth the hassle.
We have no choice. It's my lordly responsibility to secure the position of our fiefdom, and this will earn us the trust of 2 of the kingdom's major players. To ensure the prosperity of the fief of Moortown, I will gladly accept this challenge.
That's right. And it's not just for the fief of Moortown. We have to succeed, to make my dream of a land of sweets a reality. Failure is not an option for this all-important mission. But what about the risk of the church leaking information? The church!
Kid?
If you have another thought about the church, do tell.
I just thought of the perfect place for us to keep Lady Petra safe from harm.
Where's that?
A place with no windows and only 1 entrance. And it's surrounded by thick walls on every side.
The true sanctification ritual chamber.
Well, LP, that's an incredible idea.
She'll be going to the capital for her coming-of-age announcement anyway. It's expected that she'll undergo the sanctification ceremony beforehand. We can tell people that it's running a bit long.
Then we can keep Lady Petra locked away safely until the engagement is announced.
Locking her away sounds a bit too dramatic, though. We're just keeping her safe from outsiders who seek to do her harm.
It might just work.
Agreed. It's the best choice we have.
All right. And since we won't be hiring mercenaries, that means those 30 gold coins are all ours.
One last thing. I have a bill here for materials purchased from the traveling merchant. Please settle it.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you. Now please excuse me.
Not so fast.
Yes? Did you need something else, Father dearest?
Would you care to explain why you're presenting me with this bill for a crate of bunkas and a barrel of sugar?
The kid's addicted to sweets.
Did you frivolously spend all this money without so much as consulting me on the expenditure? Don't you dare giggle at me, you fool of a son! Your days of receiving an allowance are officially over!
Thank you for coming today. It's nice to see you, Lord Casserole.
We're honored that you saw fit to meet us in person, Lord Huberic.
Ah, I see you brought your son with you today.
He is to help me escort her ladyship. With the situation as it is, she may end up waiting for quite a long time before the announcement. Talking to someone closer to her own age might help stave off boredom. I shall keep it to myself that my 9-year-old son is an integral part of the plan.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
Your impressive magic is why we are blessed with this marriage. You have my gratitude, truly.
I am honored by your words.
Now, to the carriage. My daughter is already on board.
Hello, Lord Mortown. Thank you so much for accompanying me on this journey.
Lady Petra, I don't believe you have ever looked lovelier than you do today.
Hi. Such flattering words.
Lady Petra, it pleases me to see you smile so.
Speaking of smiling, I must thank you for the cookies that you recently gifted me.
I'm elated to hear that you enjoyed them. You've made my day. I'll think of new reasons to send you some on occasion.
How grand! I've been dreaming of them ever since my last bite. They were utterly delicious.
Really? When I was mixing the flour, I added a dash of...
Pace, we're in a hurry.
Right. I got carried away. Lady Licorice, it's nice to see you.
Yes. Nico, please try to be a bit friendlier. After all, he kindly traveled all this way just to escort us. I apologize, dear sister. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. I'm sorry, Lord Pastry. I truly hope she hasn't upset you too much.
It's fine. Don't fret about it.
Let's get moving.
Can you make other things besides cookies?
Of course I can.
I'm just an afterthought. I always am.
Here's the plan. We'll enter the church within the Margravete's borders under the pretense of receiving the true sanctification ritual. From there, we'll secretly teleport to the church in the capital. Lady Petra will hide safely in the chamber until it's time for the announcement. Meanwhile, we'll all stand guard outside. That's the idea, anyway. That's the truth about Volcus. Each one is special.
As expected, I've received word that those seeking to harm my precious daughter are already making their move. It's up to you, Casserole. I leave her in your hands.
Right. There is no need for concern, as my men are already making preparations in the capital. I swear that I will protect your daughter at all costs.
At last, we've arrived. It is time, milady.
Coming!
They're here.
They're inside the carriage! Stop them!
Stay away!
You little brat! Stand down, coward! You won't lay a hand on these girls!
Train for 200 more years and then try again! Retreat!
Say, Father, I'm almost positive that people can't actually live for 200 years.
Then I shall reduce their training to 100 years.
That won't work either.
Lord Casserole, Lord Pastry, job well done. I'm forever grateful to you for protecting the lives of my sweet daughters.
Of course. Now, let's hurry inside.
Yes.
Come, let's go.
Right.
Makes sense that they're frightened.
This is my first time in the basement here. We're going quite deep underground, aren't we? My poor sister.
You need not worry. We won't let anything happen to you. let anything happen to you. Now, watch your step and follow me.
Lord Pastry's such a curious boy. Even though I'm a bit older than him, he somehow makes me feel like a little girl. I wonder if he'd rather be taking my sister's hand instead of mine. But then, really, he doesn't even seem interested in comparing me to her. What a flaky coward I've been. I wasted the whole day sulking, thinking my sister was being chosen as a bride because she's prettier than me. I guess I felt like some sort of an afterthought. I'm embarrassed that I was so curt with Lord Pastry earlier as well. Yet, he was still gracious.
Is the ceremony here?
No. We'll use Father's teleportation to fly to the capital together. And the ceremony will take place after we arrive.
The royal capital?
We'll be with you, so no need to worry.
Sure.
Well then. Let's do this! Please grab a hold of each other's hands now. We'll want to form a single chain together.
And I'm to be included? It feels rather presumptuous. Of course.
Let's go.
Lady Licorice, it's safe to open your eyes now. Everyone, we're here!
Now then, gentlemen, I called you all here for one reason. I am in need of your assistance in order to revive the House Armire. I've been given a rare opportunity to confound those vile Kodlacheks. This may be my only chance to supplant them.
We'll do anything so long as your money's good.
So, who do we need to kill?
Please don't kill anyone. I just want you to bring a certain woman to me.
Go on.
You'll be rewarded 10 gold pieces.
10 gold pieces for bringing one woman here?
Oh, this job will be a piece of cake!
I don't believe you're enough of a fool to have us kidnap someone you just happened to fall in love with. Is the target an aristocrat?
Yes, it is a daughter of House Huberic.
So, Margrave Huberic, huh?
Bring me Petra Miel Huberic. Rumor is she's soon to be engaged to someone from Duke Kodlachek's family.
Done deal. Let's go.
Right! Be sure not to screw this one up.
Just who the hell do you think we are?
You filthy street mutts.
Boss, are you sure you want to take this job? It seems so obvious. He's doing all this in order to earn his noble station back, right?
Isn't it a little weird for him to hire people like us anyway? I don't get it. Is he hoping that we'll shoulder the blame for him?
I'd say his plan likely has two main objectives. First is to disgrace House Kodlachek through humiliation. Imagine the shame that will bear down on the leader of the Central Army if he lets his own grandson's bride be kidnapped. And the second one? He'll use the girl to restore his own reputation. By rescuing her himself, he'll earn enough clout to reclaim his noble title. So in the end, he'll rise up by marrying the very girl he kidnapped.
Oh man, he's such a creep.
A kidnapped lady being married to the hero who saved her from the clutches of her captors. That is one heck of a happily ever after story, isn't it?
There's a lot of security out there today.
Men that Margrave Huberic dispatched in advance and friendly forces from nearby, I'm told. Very impressive indeed.
A poor knight's household such as ours could never hope to amass a security force of this size.
You didn't have to bring that up.
Sister, do you feel sick? Being engaged almost doesn't seem real. It's like I'm dreaming.
That will change, I'm sure, once you meet Lord Squall. He's a fine young man. You'll like him.
Yes, I know. That was easy to tell from the portrait they showed me. He's very handsome. I am truly excited to meet him in person.
Oh, wow. Those matchmaking photos really do the trick. It eases people's fears, proving there's nothing more important than planning and prep work. Just like with sweets. You won't succeed if you don't do your mise en place.
We'll start with Petra. The priest is waiting for you.
Right.
Stop daydreaming instead of working.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
How are things at Duke Kodlachek's estate?
We definitely weren't the only people there. Not sure how they caught wind of it, but it seems even the lords of the remote fiefs have made the journey here.
People know that joining the houses of a Margrave and a Duke will create a very powerful alliance.
Right. They likely want to curry favor while they can.
I've got Cointreau on standby at the Duke's estate for now. He'll let us know if anything goes down.
Now then, Pace, I have an important mission I need you to do for me.
What is it?
It sounds as though Petra's sanctification ceremony won't be finished for a while yet. Do you think you could escort Lady Licorice to a guest room and help her relax a bit? She looks rather tired to me.
Huh. I didn't even notice.
This is the perfect time to rise to the occasion if you really want to be a ladies' man, kid.
Lady Licorice? It must be hard to relax here with all the noise. We've prepared a separate room for you if you'd like to rest there.
Really?
It's important that you stay rested. I'll take you there.
Thanks.
Attaboy, Pace! But don't you dare do anything that'll make your lady cry, you hear me?
Lucky for her, I'm nothing like you, Foyil.
He'll thank me when he grows up.
Foyil, would you kindly not put any more weird ideas into my son's mind?
Hey, I'm just trying to give him a heads up.
The sanctification ceremony should be finishing soon. Kodlachek, it won't be long till I have my sweet revenge.
Staff Officer Vezin, sir. I've come on the orders of General Kodlachek. I've been sent here to safely escort Lady Petra.
I'm impressed by your dedication. Please do convey to His Grace. I am grateful for this kindness.
Moving out?
This is one step down, yes?
That's right. Once the happy couple have returned, all that remains is escorting them back home to their territory, as well as Lady Licorice and the others. It's all going smoothly so far. However, even if they purged anyone suspicious in advance, there's still so many people here. We can't afford to let our guard down now.
I'm actually more worried about the kid myself.
Why is that?
A young man who's come of age and a married girl alone in a room like that. People will be talking. It's a situation that's ripe for misunderstanding. So of course I have to worry.
You seem rather amused despite your claims of concern. Lady Licorice's sanctification ceremony will be beginning shortly. No need to stress. Besides, they've got a formidable chaperone with them.
So, might I ask why you've joined us?
The one and only duty I have here is to protect Lady Licorice.
I was certain you'd accompany Lady Petra to her engagement reception, though.
You must have misheard me. The singular duty I have here is to protect her ladyship.
As to be expected from a noblewoman's personal attendant. She's wary of me, even though I'm still a child. She's determined to prevent anything undesirable from happening. Well, can I invite you to sit with us?
I'd much prefer to stand.
This is incredibly awkward. But surely you must wish to relax for a bit. Because, like pastries, you'd want the dough to rest so it doesn't get too stiff.
I'm so sorry. I suppose I shouldn't worry.
Miss Kyra, you look scary.
It's to protect you, your ladyship.
This is the opposite of relaxing.
Lord Pastry?
Hold on. Did you hear something weird, too?
What's that?
Milady! Oh no, Lady Licorice!
What's going on? What is this?
Oh, her ladyship just...
Where's my son?
He fell in with her.
Oh, wow. Look. It's a giant hole, almost perfectly circular and too deep for us to make out the bottom. Only magic can create something like that in an instant. Who did this?
Pace.
Foyul, there's no time to waste. Go to House Kodlachek and tell the Margrave what's happened here.
But boss! Huh? Boss! When he gets an idea in his head, he never listens to anyone. This must be what they mean by like father, like son.
Where am I? We fell into that hole. Hey!
Finally awake, huh?
No, sir.
Ha! That's the right idea. All you gotta do is keep being a good boy. We'll release you before too long.
So you're saying we've been kidnapped then? Would you care to explain yourself?
I'm under no obligation to explain things to you.
That hole. Was he the one who made it? Miss Kyra was left behind when we fell through the floor. I'm sure Father and Foyil will get the story from her and take action swiftly. Now, what's the best thing for me to do until help arrives? Come to think of it, why did he kidnap me? I'm the heir to a poor knighthood not worth much for ransom. Could it be Lady Licorice?
Keep an eye on those two. They're how we get paid.
Done.
Don't get any foolish ideas about running away. If you try doing anything weird, I'm more than happy to kill you.
Okay, I have to protect her.
There's no sign of them. They must have already left. Pace.
Are you awake? Do you understand the situation we're in right now?
I'm so sorry. I'm confused.
You and I have been kidnapped by some bad men. I'm pretty sure we're in our abductor's hideout at this point.
I don't get it. Wait, they took us?
It's all right. I'm with you. Try not to worry.
But Lord Pastry... I wonder why. I feel like I can trust him. If he tells me not to worry, then I know I don't have to.
Playing tough, are we? You're so suave, I might fall for you.
In all likelihood, the mustachioed man is the one who cast the spell. I can't underestimate the enemy's strength. I have to act carefully. I need to gather a lot more information. Hey, you. What are you planning to do with us anyway?
Huh? We know exactly what we're gonna do with your girlfriend, but we just might have to kill you.
You do know you stand to get 200 gold coins if you spare my life, right?
200?
It's likely that someone else arranged the kidnapping. I need to find out
Explain
who.
yourself.
See, I'm the heir to a noble family. I'm worth a great deal of ransom. I could be rich. Oh yeah. If the man who invited us here is also a noble,
You might get even more money.
Really?
Yes, these types of negotiations between nobles are frequently solved with money.
How much gold? Wait, if you're making this up to fool me, I'll smack you. You got that?
There's no doubt in my mind. A noble's behind this. If this is indeed a noble's mansion, from the ornamental construction, they must be of a high rank. A duke, maybe. But given this state of disrepair, it hasn't been properly maintained in at least 10 years. Could it be a fallen noble? Someone who's been stripped of their title? Perhaps either the Kodlacheks or the Huberiks were the ones responsible for our abductor's downfall 10 years ago. When we were assigned to protect Lady Petra, we received a list of potential troublemakers. So who is on that list that fits these conditions? That's it! The former Duke Armire. That's the most I can figure out for now. Replicate. Go to my father.
I'm here to report that the Margrave has to prioritize Lady Petra's engagement reception above all else. He can't spare any of his men right now.
I see.
How awful.
I can tell how devoted she truly is to the Margrave. This must be very hard on her. She's quite strong.
Who could be behind this?
If we knew that, we could take action, but we're pretty clueless.
How are you both remaining so calm? You must understand that your own son was kidnapped along with her ladyship, right? Aren't you concerned?
Of course he's worried. It would be more worrying if Lady Licorice were alone, but Pace is there with her. I'm sure he's already working on a plan. Pace.
That's the kid's ribbon! Does it have a clue on it?
They're being held captive at the Armire estate. The culprit is likely the former ducal house of Armire. Foyol, you'll go to the Duke's estate. We're going to need a lot of help. Round up all the men at once. I'll recruit as many able-bodied men as I can from around the church, and then we're off to the Armire estate.
Before you go bounding off, don't you think it'd be a lot faster if you used your magic to send me to Duke Kodlacheks? I know how worried you must be about the kid, but just calm down a minute.
I'll send you right now! Do your best, Foyol.
I'm on it.
Now, Glassage.
Sir.
Chief?
Where's that stupid little girl?
Look out!
Out of my way!
Am I seeing things, or did that kid just appear out of thin air in front of the chief?
He'll pay for this, damn it!
Is something going on, boss?
That old bastard! He's saying we kidnapped the wrong sister and he won't pay us anything for this one! They're actually twin sisters! We just got word that the engagement's going off at the Duke's house without a hitch! We did all this for nothing!
Of course. They were
Let's
actually
get out of
after
here.
Lady Petra.
What
Lady
do you think we
Licorice
should
was
do
taken
about
by
that?
accident.
There's no way we're going down for this, not after all the trouble we went to. We ain't leaving any witnesses behind. Let's get rid of these brats.
No, please don't.
No hard feelings, my dear.
Please, someone, help.
That was a mistake. You should never take your eyes off the other person in the room.
Wait, hold on. What did you do?
I'm under no obligation to explain things to you.
Oh, Lord Pastry.
It's fine. I told you not to worry. Would you care to surrender?
Moron. We're just getting started.
Bad move. 'Cause this... Bad move. 'cause this is checkmate.
I let my guard down because he was a kid. He used the dropped sword to cut his ropes and free himself, and defeated my lieutenant without warning.
What is this? We'll press ahead and rush the manor! Don't let any of those rats escape! Hold the line, men!
I'm frightened, Lord Pastry.
Help has just arrived. We'll be rescued soon enough.
This ain't good. At all. The only option I have left is to get out of here as quickly as possible.
You really think I would let you get away that easily?
Stop! Lord Pace, are you hurt?
I'm just fine. See to Lady Licorice.
Now, Glissage. Sir.
I'm at a disadvantage. Using the hardest room to escape from as a holding cell for the captives is really working against me.
There's nowhere left for you to run now.
If there's no way out, then I'll make one! Ah!
Magic?
So long, kid!
Hey, wait!
Let him go, Pace. Don't bother.
Heard loud and clear, sir.
Good grief, son. If I'm being honest, you bring me a world of worry.
I'm sorry.
But I'm so relieved that you're both safe.
Me too.
Lord Pastry.
Kid! Are you okay?
Lady Licorice!
I'm so glad you're safe.
House Kodlachek and House Hooperick both sent their retainers to accompany us.
We're here to help you. Were you injured?
No, sir. I'm fine.
Please return her ladyship to her father with all due haste. Sir. Then, we shall take our leave now.
So who's behind this mess?
We captured and arrested a man who calls himself Duke Luheingo Armeyer. He appeared to be attempting an escape through the back.
So then House Armeyer, eh? It was 20 years ago during the Great War that they were investigated and stripped of title, I believe.
Right, and they were purged on suspicion of secretly communicating with the enemy.
You must understand, Pace.
Sir.
The ill-conceived actions of a suzerain lord can completely alter the destiny of an entire family. Learn from his mistakes.
Yes, sir.
Lord Mortell. His Grace is in his estate, awaiting details of your report. He requests your presence. Will you accompany us in this carriage?
Sorry, we would, but we need to take care of the remaining stragglers. Foyo, you can handle the report, friend.
But wait!
Well, since the opponent used magic to escape the room, we're the only ones who can go after him now.
Right. Let's get to it, Pace.
Sir!
Huh? Hang on a minute!
Based on what you know, where do you think that man could have gone? Are you all right?
I don't know how he escaped. It doesn't really seem possible. When I approached the hole, I got a rather distinct feeling that there wasn't much power left in his spell's activation.
You're suggesting he didn't have very much magic remaining. Is that where you're going?
Even if he managed to dig a hole and escape, he probably wouldn't have had enough power left to go very far. We have our forces surrounding the entire area. To think he could get away without being seen would be utterly ridiculous. So what would you do if you couldn't escape, but you still needed a way out in a pinch?
Make it seem as though you'd already escaped and bide your time. Then disappear at your leisure once the enemy withdraws. Or that's exactly how I'd do it. Impressive. You saw through everything, kid. Too bad for you. It looks like I'll have to kill the two of you if I want to get away from this place.
I'll be happy to settle things with this man by myself, Father.
Let's see if you can back that up.
We have yet to be introduced. My name is Pastry Meal Mortel. May I ask yours?
Ha! I threw away my family name long before you were even born. So if you need to call me something, you can call me Strudel. It's almost too convenient that this kid wants a one-on-one duel now, isn't it? He might be a bit crafty, but he's still an inexperienced child after all. If I play my cards right, I can take him hostage. This might be the way I can get myself out of this. Nothing personal, Brat, but I've got to get out of here!
Not good. His form is perfect.
What the? What the hell? You got me. What a dirty trick.
A little advice. In the heat of battle, you never take your eyes off of your weapon for any reason.
Well done. He's out cold. Look at that. Magic?
Yes. Replicate!
I see now. You thought of something quite clever. Break his sword and then duel him one-on-one. You had me scared to death. You're a sneaky little rascal, aren't you?
I think I'd much prefer you call me clever instead. Although really, at this rate, am I ever going to have time to create my very own land of sweets? One month later, the official engagement party between Lord Squall and Lady Petra was held, bringing many people to the royal castle. Lady Petra has never looked so happy.
This is quite an event for something that was so privately announced, isn't it?
Oh, Lord Mortel. There you are. I've been looking for both of you.
Why, hello there, Duke Kodlachek. Congratulations on the engagement. I lack the words to express my gratitude for the invitation.
Complete nonsense. It is I who should be thanking you. How can I possibly repay you for being the reason we got through that trouble without casualty? Lord Pastry, you have my gratitude for going to such lengths to protect my granddaughter-in-law, Lady Licorice.
I did no more than my duty as a knight, Your Grace.
Lord Squall cuts a fine figure.
Oh, it's not obvious to you he's terrified? Not only is he uncomfortable with pageantry, he's also sitting next to his future bride with whom he fell madly in love at first sight.
Well, I think Lord Squall looks as if he's enjoying himself quite a bit.
I had hoped that getting engaged would help him become more mature and might even turn him into a reliable family man. But if a man with your military accomplishments says he looks carefree, well then, perhaps I should reevaluate my grandson. Please allow me to thank you again, Lord Pastry.
I am all too grateful. Oh, by the way, Your Grace, I'd like to take the opportunity to confirm something regarding this event with you.
Oh?
It's about the recent kidnapping. There are a few rather curious aspects to the whole thing.
Curious aspects?
Namely, between the bandit's skill and his meticulousness in securing multiple strongholds, he seemed to be extremely well prepared. But despite all that planning, he still managed to make the fundamental and fatal mistake of kidnapping the wrong target. Which leads me to question whether this could have been the result of someone working behind the scenes who intentionally fed the kidnappers misleading information regarding Lady Petra. And for a fallen noble to have the connections one would need to prepare multiple bases of operations within the royal capital? That doesn't seem likely. I can't shake the feeling that nothing about this seems to add up. However, I do have a theory. All of my confusion disappears if there was a third party with a completely different motive involved. Someone with their own objective.
A third party, you say?
Someone to leak the misleading information, prepare connections in a roundabout way. And who has enough authority to overlook an Armire having headquarters in the capital?
Oh? And who might that be, boy?
Well, who benefits the most from this incident in the first place?
Benefits?
This mastermind had clearly earned House Armire's ire, so it must be someone who gained power after their downfall. Furthermore, doesn't it seem likely that their real motive would be to use the incident to completely sever any remaining chance of the resentful House Armire's resurrection?
Stop there! Are you suggesting that the someone you're referring to is me?
Not at all, Your Grace. It's really just something I thought up. I have a vivid imagination, and children do love their tall tales, as you know.
I regret thinking he was merely a whelp, but this is absurd. This is what it means to be bitten by your own dog. Base.
I apologize. And regarding an entirely separate matter, as you may already know, our fief is a land with few crops to harvest. I have a few measures I'd like to take, but I lack the proper groundwork.
So, gold?
I would be truly pleased if a man possessed of your Grace's wisdom would have sympathy for our situation and perhaps could offer some assistance.
You've got me thoroughly cornered now, tricky boy. Well then, what would you do if I couldn't offer any aid? Or if I refused?
In that case, I might suffer an errant slip of the tongue. It just so happens that the Margrave is here. Father and I were about to go pay him our regards. If I were, with a child's carelessness, to slip the small tale I told you...
I get it. I'll give in to all your demands. I shall agree to provide all the assistance you need.
You honor me, my lord.
You got the better of me. There's something I must say, but I'm just speaking to myself.
Huh?
While I'm talking to myself, please do ignore me. It's true that I was looking for an opportunity to destroy an opposing faction in one fell swoop. As for this abduction incident, I did give the orders to leak certain information that would encourage it. That said, I most certainly had no intention of putting my darling grandson's fiancée or her younger sister in any kind of danger. I fell into my own trap. I will confess that I arranged the entire affair. And no matter what excuse I might make, the truth is that I put Lady Licorice in danger. I humbly acknowledge the accusations and will reflect on my conduct. Being warned is appreciated. However, to extort me in such a brazen way tells me you're an immensely cunning boy.
You are still speaking to yourself, right?
Well, yes, of course I was!
Lord Mortel! Margrave Huberic, we were coming to greet you.
This is quite the treat. Oh, and your son is here with you as well. Dear boy, I must offer my utmost gratitude to you. I cannot thank you enough.
I am quite honored.
You've undergone your sanctification ceremony already, have you not?
I have? Is he thinking about a get-rich-quick scheme?
Well, a man of your caliber is sure to be popular. You might find yourself having many admirers in the near future. Of course, there is no such thing as being too early in life to settle down.
Right.
I must ask, do you already have your heart set on anyone in particular?
Not yet. I think I'm still a bit too young to be thinking about that.
So, if you did find someone suitable, would you consider settling down? Or you don't want a wife?
I'm afraid I haven't had the chance to meet the right person for me yet, sir.
Oh, what would you think about somebody like my daughter, then?
Oh, hell.
Oh.
But Lady Petra's recent engagement is the whole reason that we're here.
Don't be so absurd. She's not my only daughter who recently came of age. I'm talking about Licorice.
Lady Licorice, huh?
She wasn't opposed to the idea and even seemed quite intrigued.
Well, wow. I am certainly honored, but surely I'm unworthy of someone of her status. Lady Licorice deserves someone better than me.
You said earlier you would settle down if you found someone suitable for you. However, you refuse my daughter. Is there something about her you don't care for?
What? No! This is bad.
He's really making him squirm.
No, that was absolutely not my intention.
So that must mean you would accept my dear daughter.
say to that?
Then it's all good.
I certainly have no objection to saying that Lady Licorice is a truly wonderful young woman, but...
You're good with this as well, Lord Casserole?
He's all but threatening us into it. Our family would consider it quite an honor, your lordship.
Father!
That's great. The matter is settled. Let us assemble the household post-haste.
Sir, we ought to gather the codlet checks as well, then. Hey, where's my staff?
Lord Pastry!
With my sister?
The heir to the fief of Morteln has just become engaged! Send the riders to all lands at once to spread the good news. How wonderful! He's the one who rescued Lady Licorice, after all.
This is weird. I feel like I set out to make some choux la creme, but instead I somehow ended up making a giant cake for my very own wedding reception.
There she is now.
That scent.
I'm so glad you're here. I wanted to personally thank you for being brave enough to rescue me the other day. Forgive me for not saying so earlier.
Wasn't she always this cute and charming?
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, raise your glasses, for I, Donachel Neil Hubrick, have succeeded in securing suitable companions for both of my beautiful and joyful daughters. The first one is Lord Squall Codlechek, and the other one is the Lord Pastry Mortel.
Not only has House Codlechek gained another beautiful daughter upon this most joyful day, but the son of the esteemed war hero Lord Casserole as a grandson-in-law as well. A toast to their happiness in life! A toast!
Lord Pastry, we're to become brothers-in-law for the rest of our lives. This is a wonderful turn of events, isn't it?
It makes me happy as well. Oh, Lord Squall, thank you. You're both kind.
Feel free to call me Elder Brother.
And you may call me Elder Sister. Oh, it's a bit soon for that.
It all happened so quickly, it doesn't feel real yet.
Lord Pastry?
Oh, Lady Licorice.
So...
What is it?
I'm curious. Are you disappointed with me?
No, not at all.
I'm quite happy it's you.
Oh, as am I. You've brought me such joy already. You're so sweet. Please take good care of me.
And you of me. Please.
Surprise! A gift! It's for you. I tried my best to make homemade sweets based on what you gave us that one time.
What I gave you? Cookies for me? Was that the lovely aroma I smelled earlier?
Try them. Please do help yourself.
Of course. A beautiful golden brown. I can tell she definitely got the baking time and the resting of the dough just right. And I think she used high-quality flour. I just know it'll be... This is... extremely salty.
And so...
It's so delicious!
Oh, really? Wow. I had hoped they would be. I'm so relieved.
I'll protect her delicate, soft smile for the rest of my life. No matter what trouble comes our way, I'll fend it off. I'll keep her safe. May I have another?
Of course!
This world is getting sweeter every day.
Agnes, please stay calm and hear me out.
My word, dear. You look so pale. Is something the matter? Oh, I can guess. You wasted money buying something frivolous again, right? It's just fine. You know I've never gotten mad at you over things like that. All right, so what did you get me?
I'm so very sorry.
Tell me, dear.
Agnes, there's a new girl in my life.
Huh?
Please forgive me.
Oh. I suppose this sort of thing happens all the time, right? Though it is rather shocking.
I didn't mean for any of it to transpire the way it did, but I couldn't seem to resist such a strong will.
Oh, that's so. Tell me about this girl.
Of course, she's truly beautiful, with an impeccable pedigree.
Really? Then I assume she must be quite a charmer.
And she's a twin, too.
Have you gone insane?
Agnes, stop it! I should have asked for your permission first.
What? Why would you think I'd ever agree to something like that?
Well, Pace has no objection to it. And I think she's more than an acceptable fiancé for our dear son.
Wait, Pace what? He agreed to...
What did you think I was talking about?
I thought you were confessing to an affair.
Father, how is Mother taking it?
She might need some time.
So she's really in shock.
I expect it to last at least a month.
Mother, beautiful daughter!
Count Ritesh, your ladyship!
You're so loud. What could it be?
It's the heir to House Mortel. He's just become engaged. He's been matched with one of Margrave Hubrick's younger daughters.
How's that possible? That impoverished backwater knight joining the Margrave's house? That'll leave a blood-red stain.
I apologize for startling you.
Go on. Which of his daughters is it?
She's the fourth one, Licorice Meal Hubrick. Twin sister to Petra, who was recently engaged to a different noble, Duke Kadlachek's grandson Squall.
She's the one involved in the recent kidnapping.
That's right. It appears to be an engagement to prove her innocence in the wake of the abduction incident. At least that's the vulgar rumor people are spreading.
I see.
Do you suppose there's any possibility that the Hubricks intend to wait a few years until the memory of all this drama has faded away? And dissolve the engagement at that time?
I don't think that's the case.
Oh?
Hubrick must have another motive. Is it to set others at ease regarding their family's intentions?
Oh, that makes sense. Once they joined with Margrave Kadlachek's house, the sway of House Hubrick grew significantly stronger.
Indeed. Binding their house to a minor one like Mortown is quite a strategic move.
Essentially making the case he has no further intentions of gaining power through marriage politics. Truly impressive.
It's exactly the kind of thing that shrewd man would think of. And there's one more thing. Though it is small now, he sees potential in the fief of Mortown to grow into a bountiful land on par with my own.
That could never happen.
But what if, when that wasteland was first granted to him 20 years ago, it was a trap to ensure young Lord Casserole's failure? I've heard it took them years to produce their first harvest. Though, in the past 3 years, they reduced their wheat yield and began to cultivate beans. The result? By using the abundance of beans as fertilizer to nourish the soil, they've improved subsequent wheat harvests.
That's brilliant.
And who do you think was behind that bright idea? Could it not have been the suggestion of that silver-haired child?
Impossible. You know he's only 9 years old, right?
Yes, well. Have you forgotten when they came here to negotiate compensation for the bandits? I was surprised to find that Lord Mortown was not the one conducting the negotiations. It was his child. And I'll admit he completely got the better of me. There's no room for doubt. That sly old fox has noticed the boy's potential. I've been outmaneuvered.
There we go.
All right, Lord Pace, that should be
it!
Great, thank you for your help.
Hey, Pace, what's in all these?
Is it food? Duke Kodlachek and his grandson, Lord Squall, have sent the goods I asked for. I've been waiting for them to arrive. During their engagement party, I got them to promise to help our fief and give us the aid we need to grow. Oh. What is it?
A bush?
It's a black locust sapling, also known as pseudoacacia.
Okay, so can we put this thing in a recipe?
I'm afraid not.
We can make a bunch of black locust pie, couldn't we?
Well, if I did, you sure wouldn't want to eat it.
Aww.
But wait,
For what?
these trees are really easy to grow, even in infertile soil. And they provide nectar.
They do? And that's good?
You see, their nectar plus some bees makes honey.
Honey? The sweet stuff? It makes everything taste so good!
Yes, the sweetest of stuff. It's been such an indispensable ingredient to the creation of confectionery delights across time that any place with a history of desserts always involves beekeeping.
We'll raise trees!
We'll get that honey. Then we'll eat all the sweets! Yep, that's it. Hooray!
Of course.
There are some real challenges with raising them on our land.
Oh, yeah? Oh, I bet I know. Soil and water, right?
That's right. Brilliant deduction, Lumi.
My grandfather taught me that.
The Fief of Mortelm gets little precipitation, so any trees we plant tend to die before they're able to fully grow.
How are we gonna get them water then?
With a shifting of gears.
I don't really know what that means. Is it something you can eat?
Afraid not. It just means we have to change our approach. But there are sweets created from a shifting of gears as well.
Huh? So, what should we change?
Rather than imitating lands with plentiful rainfall, I think I've got a better strategy. We'll grow them the same way arid regions do.
Okay, but what does that mean?
We're gonna build a reservoir.
A razzle bar, eh?
Can we? You can't eat it. It's used to collect water. If it's big, it'll last us all year long, even during the early spring when it's usually dry. And what's more, I chose this relatively underdeveloped land because it's the perfect place for it to go.
After taking out expenses, the profits on the sale of textiles come out to 8 silver coins. Our wheat trade is in the black by 14 silver and 5 copper. And if you account for the emergency aid we received, that's 4 3/8 gold profit. There's the end of last year's earning report. Congratulations! Our administration has succeeded in staying within budget and has even earned a full year profit.
At long last, we've come to this point.
I've always tried to look at the bright side, but it was pretty touch and go when we first got here.
The past 20 years, it's had its ups and its downs, but it all paid off.
It sure has. And the boy's been a big help, hasn't he?
My dear son, what a gift. He must have been sent by God to answer my prayers.
I wasn't gonna take it quite that far. Look at you. What a proud papa.
Foyle, you've done so much for me throughout everything. You, Cointreau, and Glassage stayed with me. I owe you all.
Oh, give me a break. I made the decision to stick with you a long time ago, so don't worry about it. Now, there are 2 remaining updates that I'm here to report. Which do you want to hear first? The good news or the bad?
Let me see. Let's start with the good news. I'm feeling lucky. I'd like to hold on to that for a while.
That's what I figured you would say. You're gonna like this. We've gathered over 40 applicants who want to move into our new village, Les Millat.
Wow, 40 people.
Most of them are refugees from nearby. They were left with nowhere to go after their farms were ravaged by bandits.
If there are 40 of them, we'll want to speed up getting the village in shape.
Well, we do have more manpower now, so I think we'll figure it out.
And how have those newcomers been doing?
You mean the 5 men we hired with the money we got from handling the licorice kidnapping? Lesage is showing them the ropes.
That's good. So long as having more people means the land will grow more prosperous, I won't complain. So, what is the bad news about?
So this is a big one. It's your kid. I've been told he's embarked on a brand new venture. Someone sent a report that he was headed all the way out to Lemeyat with just his 2 friends in tow.
That little mischief maker. Why can't he sit still for a single minute? Foil, we're going!
I'm ready when you are.
Let's do this. Time to excavate! What did you do? Awesome! Amazing. I can't believe I was able to secretly replicate Strudel's magic so perfectly! That was so crazy, Pace! Magic, right? What kind? Pace? Are you... It worked! This is great! And this spell's way more useful than I expected it to be! I can do this! I feel so powerful right now! It will work! It will work! It will work! Did he crack? Our next suzerain lord has gone mad! Now then, let's move on to the next one! Excavate! 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 That should about do it. I can't believe it. I'm impressed. He did all of this? And it's so solid. The ground's packed down really hard. Because it's a reservoir. Here's what I think. We should go ahead and plant the trees all around it. It shouldn't be too long before it rains again. And that'll fill this up. As the trees grow, they'll store their own water, thus creating a symbiotic relationship that'll all work together in harmony. What a dream come true! I could use that excavation spell to propel me right into my beloved land of sweets! It's perfect! No, don't think like that. When you bake desserts, proper process and time is of greatest importance. Ace, wake up! What could be wrong? Leave me. My closed eyes are envisioning the most beautiful scene anyone's ever imagined.
Yeah, well, you might want to consider opening those eyes now.
No way. I'm really enjoying myself. Why would I wanna...
What have you been doing to my village, Pace?
Why, hello there, Father!
What is this?
I thought I heard the sound of a massive landslide, but this is crazy.
I think I may have overdone things just a bit.
A bit? Pastry? Really? What do I do with such a fool of a son?
That hurt bad! Why'd you have to hit us too?
Your ladyship. Beg pardon. Would you have me freshen up your tea for you? I certainly hope you're not still worrying yourself over House Mortel's political connections. Surely it can't be personal. Are you really that concerned over the Mortel heir?
No, that's not it. If I had a daughter, I might have made the same decision that old fox did.
I'm surprised.
As to Kodlachek and Huberik, what really gets under my skin? Why in the world would those 2 Easterners join forces and start meddling in the affairs of the South? It's just rude! If they're so interested in my business, they should come talk to me about it! It's gone lukewarm.
It's starting to sound as though you would prefer to marry the boy yourself. Forgive me, your ladyship. I spoke in jest.
If I were 10 years younger, or had the young Mortown happened to be born 10 years earlier, that might have been possible.
Oh.
There must be some way I can take him under my wing.
Of course.
Shall I refresh your tea now?
You've just given me a brilliant idea.
Hey, slow down!
I'll be. It's working perfectly.
Truly a most excellent irrigation channel. Lord Pace created 3 giant ponds for us. I've never seen such a thing.
It's so amazing! He made all 3 of them in less than a month.
How though? Wouldn't it take at least a month just to make one?
How crafty! Water without wells? By using a reservoir for irrigation channels? I never would have thought of such a thing.
Quattro! Hey, it's Lord Pace! What do you think?
It's looking great. I'm impressed.
I'm so glad. We got all the saplings planted too. And once we start collecting honey, we'll make lots of sweets. Then pig out! That's right. We'll feast.
Pace!
Oh, hi, Josie.
A letter just arrived. It's addressed to you.
It's for me?
It seemed fairly urgent to me, so I brought it by.
I had offered to bring it, but Josie really wanted to.
There's a chance it's a message from your cute fiancé. Isn't it my job as your sister to keep you in line?
Hang on! And what do you mean by that? Wow, this is...
From your fiancé, after all?
It's from Count Ritesh in Riteshval.
And you're sure it was for you?
So what does she want now?
It's an invitation to a tea tasting ceremony. I hope you'll grace us with your presence
and your most esteemed opinion on our newest teas. I eagerly await your reply.
She asked for me specifically. She's definitely up to something.
Once that's over, we'll have to figure out how to manage the grain storage.
Why is there so much to do here? These stacks never stop piling up.
That's enough complaining.
I thought, life'd be sweet out in the sticks.
Look, I can relate, okay? We're all busy as hell, all the time, and we have that little devil to think.
You misunderstand, Foyel.
Kiddo?
Everything that happens in Mortelm happens only with the full approval and supervision of its suzerain lord. In other words, it is my dear father who's got you all so busy.
Right. And why don't you remind me who exactly went over that suzerain lord's head to dig a reservoir, huh?
As the liege lord's successor, I was acting on his behalf.
You know, you've got a real smart mouth on you, kid.
Wow, thank you.
It wasn't a compliment! If you got complaints, direct them at this guy right here! Go on now! Really lay into him!
Sure, I'll keep that in mind.
And by the way, do you know why my father's not around?
He had to fly off for business at the royal capital. Guess he's still not back yet.
Oh, too bad.
Something you need to talk to him about, kid?
I guess. I got this invitation. Count Ritesh has asked me to attend a tea ceremony.
Just you specifically?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure she's plotting something.
That seems very likely.
It felt like something Father should be aware of.
I already know all about it. I heard it in the capital. And not from Count Ritesh before you ask.
What could she be up to now? I don't know. Does she want revenge for how I handled the bandit compensation discussion?
Well, we'll talk about that later. Anyway, I've brought an important guest with me today.
Who's here? Lady Licorice!
Hello, Lord Pastry. Oops. I beg your pardon. It's just pastry. I wanted to see you again.
It's you, my lady. I'm happy to see you as well.
A surprise visit from your lovely fiancé? Lucky you.
Not merely a visit.
Please forgive me. There's a good reason I'll be imposing on your hospitality for a while.
I'm confused. You mean, you're going to be living here? Drop everything! There's huge news!
Why are you so worked up, Lumi?
Because Pace's fiancé just got here!
Did you say Pace's fiancé? Yeah, Dad already told me. He said she's gonna be staying here for a while.
What? If you knew, then why didn't you tell me that his fiancé is supposedly a sexy older woman with curves for days? They say she's hypnotized Pace with her seductive charms.
May I ask where it is you're taking me, Pastry?
A very special place.
Sounds intriguing.
Welcome to my workshop of dreams.
Oh, wow!
I understand your purpose in sending Lady Petra to study in the royal capital was to strengthen the trust of the Duke's family. But why did you send Lady Licorice to the Fief of Mortelme?
I can't stand thinking that sly woman is hatching schemes behind my back as our house's fortune rises.
I assume you're referring to Count Ratesh.
Yes. It's obvious enough that she has designs on my future son-in-law, is it not?
It is. A woman exemplary enough to maintain such tight control of the South has surely grasped the Fief of Mortelme's potential.
And all of a sudden she decides to invite him to a tea-tasting ceremony? It's so transparent.
I see now. With Lady Licorice staying at the Mortelme estate, it wouldn't be unusual for her to accompany him to the party.
Even for that vixen, it would prove difficult to dote on Lord Pastry too much with his fiancée right there at his side. And, of course, it's probably just fatherly instinct to want to make sure my daughter is out of harm's way.
Are you worried about our neighbor Luterud?
I sincerely doubt they'll take news of the engagement between the ducal house and ours lying down.
Amazing! I've never seen such an enormous kitchen before. Pastry, may I ask what you're doing down there?
I'll be making samples of something I'd like to bring to the tea tasting party as a small gift.
How thoughtful. Your cookies are great.
Thank you, but this is something new.
That's a lot of sugar. Those are bunkas, aren't they? And is that honey too?
They're all precious commodities here in Mortelme. You can't get bonkas anywhere but the royal capital, you know? But they're not cheap either. I had to give up all my spending money for months in advance so Dad would let me have them.
What is it?
You'll find out when it's done.
It smells so sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my, being in a room with such a sweet aroma is so intoxicating. I feel faint. So then, it's definitely a dessert of some kind, isn't it?
Yep. You'll just have to wait and see. There. Great.
Is it finished yet?
Not quite. This is actually the trickiest part.
Wow.
Voila!
Pastry looks so happy when he's focused like this. They're so golden and translucent.
They're called hard candies.
How lovely. They're like pieces of stained glass.
Of course, all the charm is in the finishing touches.
A kitty!
You got it!
So cute.
And now?
A dog?
That's it!
A bunny?
Correct! And now?
That's, some sort of bird?
That's really not a bad guess. Obviously, she wouldn't recognize a plane. Okay, I'll try this one out now.
Is that a flower?
That's right. It's supposed to be a peony. The trick is to shape them after they've cooled down just enough to harden a little bit. If you're not patient, they'll still be too soft and the candy won't hold its shape. It's crucial to get the timing just right.
How peculiar. I've seen how he looks in a lot of different situations, but I've never seen him make that face before. He looks so gentle and playful, yet also so confident and in control. He's truly giving his all to his sweets.
Licorice?
Huh?
Is something wrong?
No, not at all. It feels like such a shame to eat them, doesn't it?
It would be a shame not to.
Huh?
You have to eat them. That's exactly what candy is for.
I suppose that's true, but they're so pretty. I want to display them so I can admire them.
You're being silly.
It's infuriating. Why won't Pace be more forward with her and show her he likes her?
Look at how far away from her he's standing. Come on, Pastry, at least put an arm around her.
Lady Agnes, Lady Josephine, we gotta be quiet. Pace is going to hear you. Hey, cut it out already.
There! That's what I mean! At least grab a hold of her hand, Pastry.
It's getting on my nerves.
Oh man, you just know he's making something really tasty too. Good grief.
What do you plan to do with the bonkas?
Hold on. Watch this. I'm coating them with the candy I made.
They're beautiful too.
That was a perfect moment to say, not 1/10 as beautiful as you.
Would you like to try one?
Are you sure?
Of course. They say that people originally coated apples in caramel as a method of preserving the fruit to make it last longer.
Then I'll try one.
They're so good! Once you get used to the candy, try a bite of the bonka.
Yummy!
The secret to the perfect candy bonka lies in the harmony between the tartness of the bonka and the sweetness of the candy.
Wow!
Though simple, that delicate balance is the reason this dessert is so well liked.
And it tastes delicious in a totally different way than just eating a bonka on its own too. How mystifying.
Now then.
Ow! That hurt! Oh, what are you doing here?
Shouldn't I be the one asking why you're all gathered at the door?
What? Oh, I'm just...
You too, Mother?
I have business to attend to.
We should hurry up and get busy.
Delighted to see you again, Licorice.
My lady! Hey, Lady Josephine, wait! Eavesdropping's a bad habit. We were framed. Damn it! This is why you can't ever trust grown-ups! I was thinking of having you try the candied bonkas, but... Can we eat them? Heck yeah! As punishment for snooping, you two will just have to wait. I suppose I can let Father and Foyel try them in your place.
Oh, man!
I hope it'll be all right.
Huh? What's this now?
Well, it's about Pace's bodyguard. I don't think a newbie like Nicolo can really handle a job like that.
Count Ratesh's tea-tasting parties are known to draw young, marriageable nobles from all over the south. They're essentially a social gathering for matchmaking. This kind of event is not intended for either of us.
I understand that, but this is still Count Ratesh we're dealing with.
True, but I know my son can handle himself. I'm much more worried about Lady Licorice.
Of course, Kyra will be accompanying her, but I can't say she seems comfortable with social situations. I hope that Vixen doesn't try to embarrass her.
I'm counting on you, Pace.
Look at all these people, and the decorations in the Great Hall. This is even more impressive than the Royal Capitol.
Oh, wow. This is quite an impressive room.
Rateshville Castle is famous for being one of the most prominent castles of the South. All the locals refer to it as Pirate Castle, being that it is settled so close to the ocean.
Pirate Castle. Pastry?
Look at all these chandeliers. How many casks of sugar could I buy with the money spent on just one of them? Huh? Oh, it's nothing.
Lord Pastry, would you please keep in mind that you are the lady's escort? Your attention should be focused on her.
Right. Forgive me. I'm so sorry, Licorice.
That's kind of weird.
What's that? Isn't Isn't that the picture I gave her? I didn't expect her to put it on full display. It almost feels intentional.
Well, well. If it isn't the Lord Pastry Mortel, we are so pleased you could join us today.
And I was greatly honored to receive an invitation to today's event.
Of course. Her Excellency asked me to ensure you are treated with only the utmost respect while you were here. Also, in the interest of full transparency, I was told to keep a close eye on you as well.
They think I'm a troublemaker. Right. Let's keep up the pretense for just a bit longer then.
Most agreed.
Oh well. This is my big chance to promote the Fief of Mortown special wares anyway. I'd like to introduce you to my lovely fiancée, Lady Licorice Mule Huberek.
Ah.
She's never attended a gathering of Southern nobles, so I asked her to accompany me. She's quite excited to be here.
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, sir.
I am Corton Engels, and the pleasure is mine.
Attention all, I wish to make an introduction. Invited here by our house, this is Lord Pastry Meal Mortel and his fiancée, Lady Licorice.
Now's my big chance. I'm Pastry Meal Mortel. Despite my tender age, I hope that everyone here will welcome me with open arms. Now, in commemoration of our acquaintance, I've brought something special for everybody to try. I thought they'd go well with the tea.
Are they artisanal goods?
It's called hard candy.
Candy? So it's something we can eat?
By all means, help yourselves.
Wow, it's so good!
It just melts in your mouth.
It's like a warm ray of sunshine is dancing on my tongue.
Oh.
You should try one, Sir Koton.
You don't have to twist my arm. My word! I'm being swept away by a flood of sweetness, and what's this deep, rich flavor lurking its golden depths? The sweet, gentle aroma is filling me with pure joy. It goes well with the tea. Truly, the sweets and tea leaves mingle upon the tongue in perfect harmony.
Nice. I didn't expect you to be such a poet, though.
Brings out the flavor of the tea perfectly.
We made a number of samples to send with all of you. Now that we've all met and become friends today, if you'd like, I can easily send some more to you by way of traveling merchants.
You would do that?
And at no cost, of course, seeing how they're my gift to you.
You want to gift them to us?
Yes. Although, if that's the case, I would prefer to avoid being subjected to a tax on sugar products, even if it's just for the merchants in question.
A tax exemption?
Sugary goods are taxed very highly, as you must know. And if we consider the small quantities and high frequency of these hypothetical shipments, it would place an undue burden on the merchants.
Well, it would seem a bit odd to apply taxes to a gift, especially in this situation.
Good point.
What an interesting proposal.
I can't wait to hear more about it, Lord Pastry. Thank you for coming to my tea tasting party.
Oh, Your Excellency. I was honored to be invited.
And this vision must be your lovely fiancé.
It is truly a pleasure to meet you.
I'd love to continue discussing what you were proposing just now. I'm sure you understand that I prefer that any and all business matters go through me first.
Of course I do. We're merely talking about personal gifts.
Shall we speak in private?
I'd love to.
Perfect. Would the lady care to wait for us here in the meantime, then?
Huh?
It's concerning negotiations between my household and House Mortown, after all. Now, Koatan, I trust that you will see to it that our guests are happy?
Yes.
I should be back soon.
I understand.
Everything will be just fine. Please look after Licorice for me.
Will do, Pace.
She's in good hands here.
This is a very intimidating room.
I am the leader of the County of Ratesh, after all.
Do you feel I mean to bring you harm, your ladyship?
Of course not. If I felt threatened, I would have prepared 10 times the number of men. A handful of guards doesn't amount to much when your opponent can use magic, though. Also, I am a weak and delicate woman. Surely it's important that I be as cautious as I can be.
She doesn't look weak and delicate.
Back to our previous discussion. I have no patience for silly games, so let's get to the meat of the matter. Which is...
I can't talk my way around her. First, why don't you try one of these?
Is that a cow?
Taste it. And what do you think?
A sophisticated flavor. Sweet, but not overly so. Because of my position, I've tried many desserts, but this translucent candy truly merits praise. It's quite delicious.
Thank you so much for saying that. I made them with my own 2 hands.
And this distinct flavor. Honey, right?
Very impressive. You have a most exquisite palate. It's made from water, sugar, and honey. That's it.
Surprisingly simple.
In the future, I would like my family to be able to produce all the ingredients within our own fief.
All of the ingredients? You're saying the Fief of Moortown is trying to produce honey and sugar now?
Yes. I fully intend to put together a system to mass produce these candies within the next 3 years.
That's impossible for a barren land to do. No. Knowing him, he could pull such a thing off.
Accordingly, since your ladyship has access to a harbor, I hope to get your support with distribution. Though I admit I used a roundabout approach to get there.
So that's why you were putting on a show and going on about sugar taxes.
Very well observed.
Heavens, this can't be all the boy wants. But I can't imagine what his end goal could be. He has his gaze fixed on something greater in the future. But what is he seeing that I don't? Fine then. I'll agree to give you the aid that you're seeking, but only with regard to these delicious candies you made.
Thank you so very much!
That sweet, sweet future of yours. I should put it in my own pocket, eh? By the way, what is this?
Lord Pastry seems to be all anyone can talk about at the party.
Really?
He'll certainly come away with many new admirers. He's quite charming and the son of a war hero. Lord Pastry hasn't had much opportunity to branch out. I'm sure he'll foster quite a few new relationships from this occasion. To be young.
Wait, that means Pastry would be with a girl besides me?
Well, I'll just excuse myself then.
Lord Pastry is so young, and yet he's so refined. And
My Lady Licorice, you mustn't listen to them.
And that wonderful smile.
She's right. Pay no attention to them.
Did you hear? Lord Pastry's fiancée is quite a catch. She's one of Margrave Hubrick's young daughters. That prestigious family in the East.
Please don't go.
I'm not very comfortable in situations where I'm expected to talk to people I don't know. I came because I thought Pastry would be with me, but I really want to leave the party.
Would you like me to get you something to drink?
No! I want to leave!
A pleasure doing business with you.
Indeed, it is.
Count Ratesh knows everyone, and her mercantile connections are the greatest in the south. Having her backing is more than I could hope for. I'm one step closer to mass-producing hard candy.
And that charming fiancé of yours. Is it true you put your own life at risk to protect her during the kidnapping?
Yes. You know, I hope she's all right.
I'm sure she fell for you, seeing how strong and brave you are.
I'm not certain it was
And
quite
I'll
like...
admit she seems to be a fine match for the next Lord of Moortown.
There's not a man alive who would complain about having a chance to marry a woman like Licorice. She's quite a lovely person indeed.
Gracious. How saucy. You're just as flustered as a grown man.
What? Don't say that!
Well, you love her, don't you?
But this is hardly the time or place to...
Just admit you love her right now.
Pardon me? Oh,
I won't let you go anywhere until you confess your true feelings for her.
Isn't this inappropriate? Hello? Licorice! Milady! Licorice, wait!
Lord Pastry, tell me, what in heaven's name did we just walk in on?
I promise I'll explain later. Right now I need to see my fiancé.
My, this party has certainly grown lively.
Licorice! Licorice!
I'm sorry. Pastry. I'm so sorry.
Listen, that was a part of Count Ratesh's scheme. I promise you, she only sees me as a 9-year-old boy. It was all...
It's more than just that. In the Great Hall, you were the topic of every single conversation I could make out. Some of the ladies here seemed quite taken with you, and when I heard the way they spoke about you, I couldn't help but imagine the most awful things.
What awful things?
I thought, perhaps if some other lady were to profess her fondness for you, that you might, maybe you'd become fond of her too and decide you didn't want me.
No, I would never!
My sister Petra, she isn't like me. She's so cheerful and charming and can talk to anyone. She's bold and bright and instantly wins everybody over, while I just shrink away from them all. Why can't I be more like her?
I know talking can be hard for you. I don't mind that you're reserved. You don't need to be more like Lady Petra. The differences between you two are part of what makes you the person you are. And Licorice, I like the person you are. And as time goes on, I'm sure that I'll like the person you become too. I mean it. So please, will you trust me? Do you believe what I'm saying?
I do.
Then could I have a moment?
Huh?
You can wait here. I won't be long. Trust me. No matter what. Thank you, Licorice. I apologize for the wait.
Not at all. Is this like the one from before?
Yes, mostly, but different in a few important ways.
Huh?
I made this one special just for you. It's one of a kind and perfectly fresh. Would you do me the honor of accepting it? Honestly, the thought of you enjoying this means so much to me. Because I made it for you and nobody else.
The aroma of the fruit and the sweetness of the candy, they're filling my mouth. This is a flavor that only Pastry and I have shared. A taste of the happiness that he's given me. A flavor that nobody knows. Nobody in the world. Except the two of us. I promise these aren't tears of sadness. Please forgive me for being so overcome. The bonka's delicious.
Maybe this will sound strange, But when I first learned about these sugar-coated bonkas, we called them candied apples.
Candy apples?
Yes, but they have other names too.
There are even more?
Yes, several. It's a very simple treat to make. So simple that it can be made almost anywhere. Wherever you go, you'll find a different candy apple under a different name. Like toffee apple, or sometimes heaven's apple. But my favorite name of them all is this. The apple of love. My feelings for you are unwavering, and I've poured every bit of them into making this treat for you. So, Licorice, please, tell me that you will always trust me. I swear, I want nothing more than to make you happy, to see your smile. That smile matters more to me than anything. Okay?
Delicious.
Glad you like it.
Thank you, Pastry, for everything. And I'm sorry.
Such a beautiful smile. And I came this close to losing it. My dream is to create a land of sweets and bring smiles to the faces of everyone in this world. But if I can't make the people closest to me smile, that dream will never come true. Together, Licorice and I will create a land of...
Pardon, milady. The time had come to retrieve you.
I gotta say, that was some smooth talk, young master.
Niccolo, and how long have you been watching?
Well, That's right, I saw you popping with the apple of love in your hand. Woo! As if the rumors weren't bad enough already. Hide your daughters, ladies and gentlemen. The young gigolo of Mortown is loose.
Is he now? Niccolo, this carefree mood you're in says that you're looking for more to do.
Huh?
So the moment we get back to Mortown, you're getting double your workload from before!
Okay, your point is well taken, young master. I'll be good, I promise. Of course, you're not serious about doubling my workload, are you?
Oh, really? You found that hard to take seriously, did you? Then what if I told you I was tripling it?
Oh, please forgive me, my young master. On my life, I won't breathe a word of this to your father, so please have some mercy.
Glad to see you're back in good spirits, my lady.
She's staring a hole into me.
Pastryist! Welcome home, my darling son!
I'm happy to see you as well, Mother. And a little faint.
Did you have fun at the tea tasting?
Mission complete. Well done, everyone.
Please let go, Mother. I can barely breathe.
No, really, Agnes, let the boy loose. I think he's turning blue.
Thank you again for your hospitality.
Welcome home, my dear.
Is there...
Pace zapped himself back to the kitchen this afternoon. He immediately busied himself doing something or another. And I couldn't help but wonder if the mess he left behind was for your sake.
Oh, crap!
Pace, my love. Of course, I'll need a detailed account of everything that happened at this function right away. So step lively, my dear sweet boy.
Please be gentle.
Oh, man. The mistress might even be more intimidating than Lord Casserole.
I am exhausted.
It's no small thing, having to humor Lady Agnes for 2 straight hours. I can see you need some time to recover. Want some bean tea?
That would be lovely.
Bottoms up.
Thank you so much. That's wonderful.
Huh? What is all this about?
Oh, those are leftover wrappers for the hard candy I made. Mother and I were wrapping them as I told her about the tea party. It helped pass the time quicker.
Well, that answers one question, but... What is this picture?
It's exactly what it looks like.
Huh? And this is what you wrapped your candy with? What the heck are you getting at, kiddo?
The Count was horribly impolite to Licorice and me today, Foil. And kids are petty.
Why the nerve of that wretched little boy!
I beg of you, your ladyship, please try to remain calm.
He sent candy to every noble house in the country with a picture wrapped around it. And now, rumors are taking root. He's got the entire peerage convinced that I'm looking for a child crab!
Yes, your ladyship, I had figured as much by the flood of letters from not yet eligible suitors that began after the tea tasting. Like this one here, 8 years old. And this one is 10.
That rotten whelp is completely gumming up the works. I will make you pay for this, demon child.
My lord, there have been some stirrings from Margrave Luderud's domain.
Yes. As we expected, he plans to make his move before summer.
He seems to have realized that the union between our house and Duke Kodlachek's would strengthen our army, and he's decided to invade before the pact is sealed.
So his recent aggression has been building toward this offensive. That does sound like something Luderud would do.
The long-standing rivalry between you two must be taking its toll. He means to end it here.
How big of a force are we facing?
By all reports, about 30,000.
30,000?
Though it pains me to say this, at present, that's more than we could withstand.
Send a messenger to Duke Kodlachek in the royal capital at once. I'll write to request reinforcements.
Sir!
Damn you, Luderud.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, knock at the door. 5, 6, pick up sticks.
Hey kid, what exactly is that weird little chant?
Just a rhyme to help keep me from losing count. If we total up the profits from the hard candy and the matchmaking pictures, as of now, we're at 384 coins.
Not bad. Looks like you've already reached your target.
Oh yeah. So this pile of silver and the 4 extra gold can go into my savings.
That's a good bit of money, especially for someone as young as you.
Well, I spent a good bit of time on the sweets, so I'd say it's only fair.
Sure, and you earned us a tidy profit anyway. I guess the boss wouldn't complain. So, sticking to the original plan?
Right. So I'll need you to put in an order with the traveling merchant. 100 goats.
Hang on. I thought you said earlier that you only wanted 70 or 80 goats.
We bid for 100, then let him talk us down to 70 or 80 at a lower price per head to make up for the shortfall.
Boy, you play dirty.
Come to think of it, see if you can get them to throw in a few donkeys on top to sweeten the deal.
If you ever want to do business with them again, then we probably shouldn't bleed them dry.
Imagine if we could produce goat's milk and cheese ourselves! You can't beat goat's milk for making sweets! I don't even know where to start.
So, we're raising goats, huh? You know, we tried doing that before, back when we were first getting the fief established.
Father told me about that. Goats will eat anything, so they're not very hard to raise.
Exactly. But that could be a double-edged sword. When your father was given this land, hardly anything would grow on it. And the little bit that did went right to the goats. In the end, we let them go.
But now the land is rich and green. Meaning I can start adding more livestock, bringing us closer to my land of sweets.
Then, if we're raising goats and donkeys from now on, do we eat the chickens to make room?
Don't even joke about that!
What?
We don't eat chickens. They're way too important. If anything, we need more chickens, not less. Cakes, cookies, custards, meringue, eggs are the foundation of so many recipes. Without eggs, this whole feast might as well have stayed a wasteland.
Okay, so we're sweet space economy now. But if that's how we're approaching this, we need to fix our lack of manpower.
Yes, that'll be an issue. I'm gonna need a moment to mull it over. How about we take a break? Foyel, could I get you to taste this for me real quick?
And what is it you're feeding me?
This is sorghum extract. Once the grain is harvested, you press the stalks of the sorghum grass to get this juice.
It looks like a big sticky mess waiting to happen.
I tried to boil off some of the liquid and make it more like a syrup, but it didn't work very well. Even so, it shouldn't have changed the flavor much.
The heck? This stuff is almost too sweet!
We're one step closer to making our own sugar.
Oh yeah?
Once I've got the formula, Mortel will be on its way to becoming the confectionery capital of the land! If I can make my own sugar, I'll be able to start churning out as many desserts as I can!
You can use it to make more sweets, right? But don't use your magic to do it, or else the boss might smite you again.
Oh, I learned that lesson, trust me.
Hello, everyone. What are you doing?
We're putting together a press to make juice.
A press for juice?
All right, the press is ready. Here, I'll show you. First, we load up the cask with sorghum stalks. Then we press down on the lid and squeeze the sweet juice out of them. Hey! It's too tall!
Or maybe you're just too short,
Shut up, Lemmy.
Oops.
I'm so taller than you. Maybe I messed up doing the measurements. Plan B then. Get on, Lemmy. Let's do this. Lumi, try to go slow so it doesn't break.
How can you be that short and still weigh this much?
I'm really trying to pick a fight with me while I'm up here on your shoulders. Don't fight, you guys. Just keep pulling down as slow as you can.
Seriously, why are you so heavy?
Mark, shut up. Lumi, take it easy.
Please be careful. Are you two all right?
You didn't hurt yourselves, did you? I'm fine, except for my pride. Thanks a lot, Mark. I guess I should have realized it wouldn't be that easy, shouldn't I? In theory, this design could have worked, but with these materials, it's not quite tough enough. Maybe I should try building the whole thing out of iron.
That would probably work better, but...
If you have an idea, I'd love to hear it. After all, the whole point of a prototype is to figure out what you can improve. And just like confectionery, even the ideas that don't work out still get you a step closer to the ones that do. If you want to create something great, trial and error are always important. You can't make 1,000 sweet treats till you've made one. What the heck is he talking about? No idea.
I'm sorry I don't have the detailed plans to share with you, but I do know that when they're making wine back home in Huberic, they press the grapes with a machine not that different from the one you built. One difference is, I think the men turn the lever rather than pull it down.
I see. Yeah, that could be perfect. Okay, so the tool we need is already out there. Now we need to find a way to get our hands on one. That'll save us the trouble from trying to build it from scratch. Thank you, Licorice.
Not at all.
So what happened to all that crap you were saying about trial and error being an important part of making something great? I fell on my face trying to help you build this thing and you're scrapping the whole idea? If it makes you feel any better, I still need a taste tester. Then all is forgiven. You're way too easy. Right, time is money. I'm gonna head home and have a talk with Foyel about getting one of those wine presses. Sorry, but would you guys mind cleaning up for me here? Yeah, we're on it!
He's enjoying this. It's such fun to see.
Sugar, goat's milk, cheese souffle, cake flour yogurt, creme brulee, soft-boiled eggs, and... I'm so excited! How do I decide what dessert to make first? Soon I'm gonna be baking myself silly! Should I start with a cake? Oh, or a flan is always a good option! No, wait, choux la creme, yeah! Father, you're back already? How was Duke Kodlachek and Lord Squall? I hope they were well. Is something wrong?
Kid, I'm afraid we've got some bad news.
Those looks tell me it's pretty serious.
It seems a war has broken out in the east. The border conflict between Huberic's lands and their neighbor Luterud has finally boiled over.
A war?
Huh? Please explain. what my dear son is doing.
He's working on some kind of treat. I don't quite understand, but it clearly involves whipping egg whites.
The boy has been at it all day.
Not a bad strategy for pumping up those tiny biceps.
I'm afraid not, gents.
It can't be! Not one fiber of muscles formed despite his countless reps!
Impressive, yes? They're still so slender and delicate. By design! Repetitive tasks like whipping eggs result in something special, known as STMF.
Some thin meat fowl?
It stands for slow twitch muscle fibers. By intentionally subjecting my arms to such prolonged, low-burden exercise, I develop lithe yet firm arms that aren't hampered by bulging muscles. No offense intended to present company.
Oh.
But there's more! One of the most critical factors in muscle development is diet. The majority of my calories and sweets come from complex carbohydrates and tasty fats. They all have little to no protein to speak of. My muscles don't stand a chance.
I order you to eat real food from now! War has broken out in the east. The border conflict between Huberic's lands and their neighbor Luterud has finally boiled over.
I come bearing news. There has not been so much as a whisper of reinforcements from the Duke's estate in the royal capital.
Just as expected. The moment they heard the false rumor that our army was 30,000 strong, Huberic would have no choice but to request aid from Kodlachek. The fact that it hasn't materialized means one of two things.
Perhaps the Duke turned him down, or it's possible the Huberics withdrew their request for aid. Like fools.
I guarantee it's the latter. Once he became aware that we only have 10,000 soldiers, he'd have chosen to handle us himself in a sorry attempt to save face. He'll wish to avoid large-scale participation by the ducal house.
A withdrawal? I doubt the Duke would appreciate that. It's safe to assume it was a source of conflict.
Wait and see, Huberic. I will be the one to settle this grudge of ours by destroying you.
My lord! I have just received word regarding the Huberic daughter's fiancé. It seems he is currently stationed in the Margravate.
Oh, the Duke's precious grandson.
Hello, Pace. Is there something troubling you? You look a bit lost in thought.
Me? Nah, I'm fine. Just fine.
Be honest. The war is weighing heavily on your mind, is it not? I hear there's conflict breaking out between my homeland and its neighboring territory. I believe we share the same sentiment. That war is no more than a foolish waste of life. It's not fair. Why must people senselessly fight and kill each other? Instead of waging war upon one another, they could spend their days making delicious sweets. If they could lose themselves in it the way that you do. Imagine they could share the finished desserts with a big smile and open heart. Then war would become a thing of the past, and everyone in the world would be so happy and joyful all the time.
I feel the same way. You're so wise. Sweets really do make everyone happy. Behind every smile is a sweet. The road to everlasting peace is paved with sweets. It's the only way.
Right?
Almost forgot. Today's the day the merchant is finally going to deliver my goats.
Your goats?
But of course, there are few things in this world richer and more delicious than cheesecake made from goat's milk. Mark my words.
Cake from cheese? I can't wait to try it.
You shall. Go ahead and set your hopes high.
Done!
What do you mean someone swiped my goats? Explain this at once!
Well, actually, to be more precise, before I could bring them here, another noble insisted on purchasing them. There was nothing I could do.
That's basically still swiping them!
Forcing someone to sell something under duress is essentially stealing. I believe that's what young Pace is getting at.
I'm so sorry. I tried to explain that they already had a buyer, I really did. but they said the circumstances were dire and that they'd kill me if I didn't hand over every last goat. I had no choice but to comply.
Yes, we understand. And thank you for coming here in person to explain what transpired with the
Tell
goats.
me, who did you sell my prize goats to?
It was Baron Loonsvaj.
I see. He's infamous for tormenting newer noble families.
If only we had a familial connection to a powerful noble, that would surely help us with lodging a complaint.
Sadly, the engagement linking our family to House Huberic has yet to be formalized. We'd be ill-advised to ask the Margrave to intervene on our behalf. Furthermore, this slight is undoubtedly a consequence of the conflict between the houses of Huberic and Luterut. Complaining about the shockwaves of a war won't earn us much sympathy.
We'll just have to swallow our pride and pretend it never happened.
We've received news of the war but 3 days ago. I can scarcely believe that we are already suffering from the ramifications.
It must be a rather large-scale conflict, and all our territories are connected by trade. Even distant regions will be affected by it to some degree.
Is this some sort of test? I don't care if that maniac is a baron or a heron.
Pace?
Anyone who spoils my plans must be purged from this world! We can't permit this tyranny to go unchecked! Mortel Pride demands swift and immediate retribution against all guilty parties!
What's wrong, kid?
Calm down.
How can I be calm at a time like this? I'm going to march right up to the Baron Jerk and give him a piece of my mind!
Pace! You will calm yourself at once.
But father!
These lands are at war. Each fief will do what it must to secure supplies, especially food for its people. The Loonsvaj barony is closer to the front lines than our fief is, son. It's only natural that they would have a more pressing need for food than we do. Though what the Baron did was wrong, he did not steal those goats. He paid for them. I am sorry that you lost the chance to purchase them yourself, but the hard truth is that you alone were harmed by his actions, and you know it.
I realize that, but
Even
still...
if you demanded the goats back, he just used the war as an excuse to send you on your way. There's no chance of success.
While I do understand your frustration, all you can do now is accept reality.
But I really need those goats.
Once the conflict is settled, you'll be able to negotiate their return. Although it won't be easy.
Cake from cheese? I can't wait to try it!
Why must people go to war? It doesn't make anyone happy.
Cheer up, kid. I've got an idea. It's a way to get your pick of supplies, even smack in the middle of a war like this one.
Supplies! That's it! If we lend our strength to the cause as reinforcements, we'll be able to get priority selection of all wartime provisions.
Exactly right. Baron Loonsvaj is downright infamous for his miserly ways. I highly doubt he's offering much in the way of aid. Joining the reinforcements ourselves is a prime opportunity. It could give us an advantage over the Baron.
And because Pace and Licorice are blissfully engaged, we have a more than sufficient reason to side with Huberic in this conflict.
It's decided. Just watch, you filthy Baron Loonsvaj. Enjoy those goats. They'll soon be mine! So Pace is the adjutant, and Lord Casserole is the commander?
And my dad and Nicolo are the retainers. I sure hope that newbie can handle the job.
We also have 8 new foot soldiers recruited from our villages. That brings our full number to 12.
Damn it, I wanted to go along too.
You would have been nothing but a burden on them, and you know it.
You dare?
We're also entrusted with an important job. We have to protect the fief while our lord is away.
Dad, I already know all that. Was it truly necessary for them to make preparations and leave in the space of a single day?
You know better than any of us that the boss and kid are always prepared for emergencies. Being ready for anything is just who they are.
No need to worry, dear Licorice. You'll see.
Right.
Forgive me, Licorice. It's selfish to go to the front lines like this, but I must do it for Sweets. Or rather, to right an egregious wrong. Once I get my goats back, I promise to make us lots of delicious desserts!
Oh, Petra, darling. She's so cute.
You have the real me standing right before you, and yet here you are preoccupied with a silly picture.
No, you misunderstand. It's just that the real you is so utterly charming, I feel I must prepare myself. Petra really is so incredibly adorable.
Well met, my boy. A convincing fabrication you pulled from thin air. Color me impressed.
It wasn't a fabrication. I meant every word, truly.
Father, please, do not tease my poor Lord Squall like that.
Fine, I apologize.
Excuse his rudeness, Lord Squall.
It's already forgotten. Would you like to join me for a walk?
Lord! We have received confirmation that Luderoot's main force is on the march.
They are?
Their number is just over 10,000.
10,000? Then the original report of 30,000 was falsified after all. We should be able to handle them without calling for more reinforcements. Lord Squall, you heard the man.
Yes, sir.
So if I may, I'd like to have you handle our front-line defense.
Please, no. Not without backup.
Petra, I know what I am doing, and this is for the best.
Father.
My lord, I thank you for my first campaign. I'll go, and set out at once.
Good. Make me proud.
Yes, sir.
Please don't go.
Never fear. I swear I'll protect your father's lands at all costs.
I bring news. You'll be pleased to know that part of the advanced unit has already arrived near the border and formed rank.
Good work.
My lord, our forces have started to show signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, the Hubrik army has been steadily growing their ranks all this time. If we're not careful, we'll be at a disadvantage.
Don't tell me you're fool enough to believe I would fail to account for any of those factors.
Of course not, my lord.
The real goal of this maneuver is to destroy Hubrik and Kodlachek's alliance.
How does this affect the Margrave and the Duke?
At this moment, Kodlachek's heir is stationed at House Hubrik. The whelp has never seen a real battle before. Hubrik likely wishes to grant him his first true campaign, but he knows full well he can't risk throwing a dignitary's grandson into jeopardy. However, if he expects an easy battle, it's the perfect opportunity for that first deployment. And if he manages to secure the boy a win, he'll earn Kodlachek's gratitude in return. Too bad I'm going to lure him out on his own, to a place where I can finish off the brat. That poor girl will lose her beloved fiancé. Kodlachek will be furious and cut ties with the family. Hubrik will find himself isolated, and his attempts to expand his forces up in smoke. And while he's still reeling from his sad change in fortune, I'll unleash an all-out attack and crush him before reinforcements arrive. Even now, I can practically see the despair on Hubrik's face. What say we go make it a reality?
I didn't expect my first deployment would arrive so suddenly.
I hope this keeps you safe.
I can't afford to lose. I must protect Petra.
Well, if it isn't Lord Mortown, and Lord Pastry with him.
We heard that you were under attack and have come to offer you our aid.
I'm truly grateful for your kind offer. You traveled so far for us.
Not you, we came for goats!
Quiet! What goats?
Sorry, just a joke. I would do anything to aid your family and protect my precious fiancé.
How is the battle going?
Thankfully, all is well for the moment. The enemy force is smaller than anticipated. Even as we speak, they're preparing to launch an assault from their frontline fortress.
They're few in number?
Yes. I heard reports they could be 30,000 strong. In fact, they're closer to 12,000 men. I would like your opinion on the matter.
Where are they stationed?
There are 2,000 here. Their main force is here, with what looks like 500 provisionals nearby. Furthermore, we have 200 men protecting this hill. There are enemy forces stationed here as well.
I see. Their defenses are solid.
Curious.
Curious?
Something is amiss here. It doesn't add up. It all looks fine at first glance, but when you take a closer look...
Your suspicion confirms my worst fear.
Is this a warrior's instinct at work? There's little to go on, but for a veteran like Father, I can't think of anything more trustworthy.
The formation makes sense. I would go so far as to say it's downright solid. So why doesn't it feel right?
Maybe it's too solid?
What do you mean?
It shouldn't be this solid now. This is the formation of an army preparing to defend against an assault, not launch their own. But they're the ones invading. Why are they in a defensive formation when they should be on the attack?
True. Why would invaders up their defenses? It doesn't make sense, especially before a single battle is fought.
So that explains the sense of dread I've been feeling.
I don't get it. What game are they playing?
Perhaps their goal is to wear us down over time?
If I were them, watch, I'd leave the majority of my forces to solidify our defenses and make up for my lack in numbers by forcing a contained war zone utilizing small mobile units, allowing me to slowly but surely shave down my opponent's numbers through repeated ambushes. Here, for example, this location is exactly where I would strike first.
If you put yourself in your opponent's position, you can figure out exactly what they're after?
If I can assume that you'll be defending against attacks from the north, then a strike here would leave me mostly unscathed. And the terrain makes it the perfect spot for an ambush.
What's wrong?
I messed up.
That location is right where Lord Squall's unit is headed.
Lord Squall's in danger?
I mistakenly thought it would be an easy area to defend. That's why it seemed like a fitting first deployment for him.
Lord Squall has no practical combat experience. He stands no chance as the target of an ambush. We must hurry to his rescue.
You're right. I'll deploy a company to your command at once.
Hurry to Lord Squall's side!
Let's move, Pace!
Right!
From where do we expect their attack?
The northeast, we believe.
Very well. We meet the enemy here and prevail.
Sir! Excuse me, sir. We have sighted the enemy in the distance. About 20 men.
Right. The time has come. Onwards! Where are they? Where is our foe?
It's an ambush! Enemy spotted! Ambush from the southern forest!
What?
How did they get behind us?
There were only supposed to be 20
Hold
of them!
the line, everyone!
They tricked us! Stay calm. Must stay calm.
My lord! What are your orders, Lord Squall?
Yeah, we're playing into their hands. Let's head for the forest!
Sir! Enemy reinforcements! 100 strong! Lord Squall, your orders!
We're trapped!
Slow down, sir! The arrival of Margrave Huberic's company has been delayed!
There's no time to lose. Niccolo, I'm leaving Huberic's company to you.
I won't let you down! Huh?
Pace, once we're near the border, you take the soldiers and harangue the enemy!
Yes, sir!
Lesage, you're with me!
Sir!
We're coming, Squall.
Stay together! Don't disperse!
That squatty kid's not
Take
leader!
her down! We must retreat! Fall back now!
We can't! We're surrounded on all sides!
Then we'll carve a path through!
My lord, we don't have enough men. We should surrender.
We hold fast here! What happened? Could that be Lord Mortel? But why? How could he have known we needed help?
I'm glad to see you safe and sound, Lord Squall. It's been a while. We heard about your first deployment and came to lend a hand.
I'm relieved you weren't hurt out there, Lord Squall.
You rescued me from a dire situation. I've no words to express my gratitude.
House Morteln? Wretched Hubrick. How'd he manage to tame a monster like that to do his bidding?
This could be a serious problem for our campaign. With Morteln at their side, there's a chance Duke Kodlachek might send reinforcements. Should we withdraw our soldiers now, sir?
Blast them all straight to hell! Lord Squall, I'm so glad you're safe. I was beside myself worrying something might have happened to you. We did repel the enemy, but that came with a cost. Many men have lost their lives. My lack of due diligence put you in grave danger.
It isn't your fault.
And as for you two, I'm in your debt. You have my gratitude.
Lord Squall performed splendidly on the battlefield. Even when surrounded by enemies, he refused to yield. He was determined to fight his way out.
And yet, I do not know what would have happened to me out there if you two hadn't come.
According to the reports, Luterut seems to be withdrawing his troops for now.
Excellent news to hear, Your Grace.
It's time to celebrate the men who helped to lead us to our victory. You first and foremost, Lord Squall, for your steadfast devotion in battle.
You were quite brave.
Was I really?
You seem rather tired. That makes sense. Perhaps you should rest for a while.
I think I might do that.
I'm so glad you're back! I was worried. You weren't hurt, were you?
I appreciate your concern, but I suffered no more than scratches, I assure you.
I'm so relieved to hear that. I missed you. What's wrong, Lord Squall?
I'm exhausted right now. We can talk later.
I'll show you to your room.
I'm sorry, but please, I just need some time to myself to think.
Please wait, Lord Squall.
I'm worried about him. He's unwell.
His first deployment really took its toll. People often find themselves crushed. The weight of the emotional trauma is too much to bear.
I must agree with you. It does seem to have been rather difficult for him.
Indeed. But for the heir to the ducal house that oversees the royal capital's military, it's a necessary life experience.
Indeed.
Yes, but he had such a haunted expression on his face. I've never seen him like that. I feel helpless. What can I do to ease his suffering? Though he needs me, I don't know what will make him feel better or how to comfort him after all of this.
Pace, remember, when we defeated those bandits, Mark made a bad mistake, but then you found a way to cheer him up.
Oh, you mean when I made the bonka pie?
You and Lord Squall are about the same age as well. Can you handle this?
Oh, I could try.
Oh, thank you. It means so much.
Right. I don't mind, but I can't help feeling like if his fiancée can't console him, I have no chance.
I believe you do. All I truly want is to see that sweet smile back on his face. There's nothing I want more.
His smile?
Imagine they could share the finished desserts with a big smile and open heart. Then war would become a thing of the past, and everyone in the world would be so happy and joyful all the time.
You're so wise. Sweets really do make everyone happy. Behind every smile is a sweet. His smile. Yeah, of course. I know.
Looks like you've got an idea, yes?
There's something I want to make. Can you please have the materials readied for me right away?
What kind of sweet?
What?
I know my own son.
Yeah, well, Father, you know it isn't like that. I'm not doing this just so I have an excuse to bake something.
Do whatever you like.
Really? Wow!
I'll leave it in your hands.
Lord Pastry, please. He needs you.
And I'll see to it that you get whatever you need.
Thank you so much, Your Grace. In that case, could you please ready some bonkas for me?
Some bonkas?
Will you be baking a bonka pie?
Not quite. Lord Squall is feeling lost. He's shut himself away from the world because he feels incompetent. I want to bring him the heartfelt light of a smile and help guide him back to the path of happiness and warmth.
Raise your glass to victory! This is our fief's best wine. Drink to your heart's content.
Everyone said this would be a great battle, but it ended with one skirmish.
Yeah, I was hoping to get some recognition out of it.
It seems the only one with any bragging rights is that spoiled little outsider. I'd hardly call it fair. What a joke.
Must be nice to be well born, huh?
I would urge you to pay them no mind. Some people just like to grumble.
It's fine. I can't say that they're mistaken after all.
It's an unfortunate truth. War comes with great sacrifice. Your grandfather, Duke Kodlachek, is a soldier of great repute. So you must internalize that fact even more than most men would.
You are correct. I know my position of prominence is due to my place in the Duke's line. The Margrave had even set up a perfect first campaign for me. And yet I failed. How will I face him?
I struggled in my first campaign, too. You accomplished great deeds in your battle, Lord Squall, and you're allowed to feel proud of yourself for that.
Thank you all for your kind words. I can't get it out of my mind. All because of my inexperience.
I'm sorry I'm late. Your Grace, it's wonderful to see you. Allow me to congratulate you on your victory.
You're the one who came to my aid, so you have my thanks.
And if I may say, with such decisiveness, capacity for quick action, and reliability, it's no wonder you are looked at as a leader of our kingdom.
My, you're absolutely too kind. I don't know what to say.
To celebrate the occasion, I briefly borrowed your kitchen to make something extra special. May I show it to you?
But of course. What is that? It smells so rich.
I've never seen anything like it before. Here, I made it for you.
Is this reddish-brown stuff on the top some kind of fruit I've yet to try? Thanks, but what is it?
It's called a tarte tatin.
That sounds interesting.
It's a dessert made from bonkas. I baked it especially for you, Lord Squall.
So, this fruit layered on top, it's just bonkas? Have they been baked as well?
Yes. Niccolo, bring the tarte tatin from the kitchen so everyone can try it.
Of course, my lord. The sweet, fresh scent of bonkas, paired with the delicate aroma of a freshly baked crust. I have to taste it. I guess my appetite's back. It's really made of bonkas? They taste different to me.
When you heat the bonkas, it gives depth to their tartness and intensifies their sweetness. The crunchy charred bits on the surface, the creaminess of the baked bonkas, and the texture of the tart shell all contrast so beautifully it's like heaven in your mouth.
I'm I've never tried anything like it. It's the best sweet I've tasted.
I'm honored.
Why is it called tarte tatin?
The name actually comes from the two master tart makers, the Tatin sisters.
I've never heard of them.
Typically with tarts, you lay the fresh fruit directly on top of the raw dough and then bake it. But one day, one of the sisters forgot to put the crust into the mold, so they ended up roasting the fruit in the oven alone. With no other choice, the sisters laid the dough on top of the half-baked fruit and let it finish. Doing so resulted in what we now call a tarte tatin.
That's where it comes from?
In other words, a lot of people at the time would have probably said that the tarte tatin was a failure of a tart.
Failure?
But I happen to think this dessert can teach us something incredibly important.
And that is?
If the Tatin sisters hadn't been adaptable that day, when faced with their error, they could have easily thrown out the fruit and started over. Then this tart might never have been created, huh? It was a treat that most bakers would have just discarded, but instead, because the Tatin sisters didn't give up and refused to let their failure go to waste, we can enjoy its deliciousness even now.
They refused to let their failure go to waste?
Whenever I mess up a sweet I'm making, I think back to the tarte tatin and remember the origins of this masterpiece. So failure doesn't have to be a waste at all. The most important thing is to keep looking forward and working hard, even in the face of defeat.
For the next heir to the Kodlachek name, failure is unacceptable! Never show weakness to anyone! Are you aware of what carrying the Kodlachek name means?
Yes, but my failures hold more weight than others. They affect more than me alone.
But you didn't fail at all, Lord Squall! Have you forgotten what I said to you right before your departure? What was it that mattered to me? Please promise you'll return to me safely. You made it home alive, and you kept your promise to your future wife.
But still, the only reason I made it out of danger was because of other sacrifices. I just feel so awful for all of them.
You have a heart. Isn't that how a leader should feel after watching his soldiers go down in battle?
Instead of celebrating the victory of your first campaign, you're thinking about all of the men who sacrificed their lives for you. I'm very proud of you for the modesty you've shown. And you should be too.
Lady Petra.
All I truly wanted was your safe return. Lord Squall, nothing could make me happier than that.
Thank you so much. Lord Pastry, I am in your debt. Someday, I swear I will become a stronger man. I won't let this failure be in vain.
I believe in you.
Pardon me, would anyone mind if I had another piece of tarte tatin?
Of course not.
Lady Petra, would you like to go find a sunny spot in the garden and enjoy this treat together?
Sounds great.
He seems to be in better spirits.
Yes.
Sadly, the heartbreak of your first campaign is something you have to overcome on your own.
I can remember how hard it was for me going through it as a young man.
Yes, that's right. I also experienced similar struggles myself when I was young.
Did you? Well, in any case, Lord Pastry, I must find a way to offer my thanks. If there's anything in particular you'd like, simply name it.
Wait, for real? There are so many things on my list. I want it all. But what do I really need to make my land of sweets? Your lordship, there is something I want.
Welcome home, Pastry.
It feels good to be back. Just look at all that stuff. Are they merchants now? They're expressions of gratitude sent from Lord Huberic.
I'm so glad you're safe.
Also, your father gave me a letter for you.
Oh, thank you. I can't wait to read it.
Work the negotiations to our advantage? Let's see. That must be why the boss decided to stay behind in the Margravate.
That's right.
You can be certain of one thing. Baron Loonsvaj will pay for shoving his greedy hand into my wallet.
So, As you can imagine, he seemed pretty worked up.
Sounds like another example of like father, like son.
Besides, this all started because he used procurement in a time of war to buy all the goats that were supposed to come to us. And he seemed quite enthusiastic about doing it too. I'm sure he won't complain too much if we buy up all the provisions and livestock he was going to get in turn.
Huh? Buy them up?
Why, after all, Mortelm contributed the most to this campaign, did we not? Since we're doing this anyway, rendering him docile by inflicting a twofold return should make future negotiations easier. Ha, ha, ha.
That look in your face is so creepy!
Well, of course it's up to Father.
Negotiations are complete.
Father!
So soon?
Come on. We're heading right back.
Huh? Why? What's the rush?
It's going to take forever with my teleportation alone. It'll be faster if you replicate my magic and help me carry it.
Really? There's that much? Just what did you negotiate for?
How? What the heck is all this? Come on now, this is obviously going too far, even for you, boss!
Look at these beauties. Now you don't see horses this exquisite very often, Foyle. They were going through the final checks when I insisted on buying them before they were sent to Baron Lunsvaj.
Eye for an eye, huh?
Apparently, the Baron paid enormous amounts of money to raise them under his supervision from when they were just foals. To have such a low-ranked noble swipe them out from under his nose. He's probably writhing in frustration and pain right about now.
You know, that weird face you're making is even creepier looking than your kids.
So is this one of those wine things or what?
It looks like a juicer to me. Well, basically, the more you crank this handle, the more the fruit inside gets crushed, which then forces the juice out. Oh. Let's try and give it a whirl.
Mother, you called? Something important came up, so I need you to go to the royal capital with your father.
What for?
Well, Pace, you see, it's concerning my father's letter. He wanted to invite Petra and me to the royal capital at the end of summer, but I don't know what I should wear when I go. I wanted to get everyone's opinion.
So we gathered all the clothes we could find in the house and had her try them on, but
we don't have one single outfit that will do her justice.
Oh.
It may be that the only choice is to have a new outfit made for her, but there's no dressmaker in our fief who sews things worthy of nobility.
You want to use a dressmaker in the capital?
We'd like you to go to town and order a dress in Licorice's size. If we can just get the basic form made, we can add some fancy embellishments to it here.
Shouldn't Father be able to handle that on his own?
Absolutely not. Licorice wouldn't want some man to know her exact measurements and dress size, now would she, Pastry?
I'm a man too, though.
That's not the same. You're her fiancé.
Right, Licorice dear?
I don't mind if Pace knows. That's fine.
Goodness.
Oh, she's my fiancé. Of course there aren't any secrets between us.
You got that right.
Father, I hope this letter finds you well. It's been a month since my arrival in Moortown, so I thought you might want an update. Are you baking something in here, Pace?
It's what you've been waiting for, Licorice.
It smells sublime.
It's a special cheesecake made using goat's milk.
Oh, wow! The sweets that Pace makes are like magic. He always makes me smile.
Hey! Wake up! Everyone's waiting on you.
Come on, Pace. Don't act like such a brat. I can eat the cake right here in bed. Just bring it. Oh no! You're here too? How long were you watching?
Ever since you first fell asleep.
Everyone's been so kind and they treat me like family. I'm having great fun every day. With love, Licorice.
I'm glad she's happy, but I miss her.
How neat. What are you making?